Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members, friends, and family of the GSRC, and welcome to a special broadcast of round 2 of the GSRC Endurance Championship. As many of you will no doubt already be aware, we lost one of our own this week. Beam Boss Racing's Brendon Van Ryn was involved in a head-on car accident this week and sadly lost his life. He is survived by his wife and 2 children. In memory to Brendon Van Ryn, there will be some changes to the normal broadcast and to the normal race format so that we can pay tribute to Brendon Van Ryn and dedicate this race in his honour. You will notice that many of our graphics have been coloured pink, the dominant colour on the livery of the Beam Boss Racing team's cars. There will also be a slideshow in memory to Brendon Van Ryn played during the warm-up between qualifying and the race, which we will get to see shortly. Then, on the warm-up lap, all the cars will pull over and they will switch off their engines to observe a minute's silence for Brendon Van Ryn, and we invite all watching to do the same. Then, we will race, just like normal, just like we do at the GSRC, week in, week out, just like we do on the special weekends where we have an endurance, and the racing will be in his honour. I'm Liam Banks. Alongside me is Josh Zuino, and he's on the pots and pans for the first time in the endurance broadcast, so good luck to him. I'm sure he's going to do a fantastic job. These are the conditions for the race. There's a 23 km/h wind, which is quite high, so that will prove tricky for many of the drivers as they finish off qualifying. It is of course at Suzuka, where the F1 is today, and we will be clashing with the F1, so please forgive us for that and do not post any spoilers in the chat, as many of our members will no doubt be planning to watch the race afterwards. This is the second Enduro we have run where dynamic weather will be enabled, and there is a high chance of rain throughout this race. We will keep you abreast of the forecast, and it'll be interesting to see how that impacts all of the drivers. Other than that, conditions are around about perfect right now. 20 degrees temperature, 39% humidity, doesn't look to be raining right now, looks quite dry, and I anticipate that will be the weather to start the race. Although, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there was a bit of rain prior to the race, and so we will actually have a drying track to start off with.
Yeah, that's correct, Liam. We might play a real quick slideshow as a memoriam, dedication to Brendon and his memory and camaraderie with his teammates. So, get this one going.
And of course, it goes without saying that the GSRC would like to extend their condolences to Brendon Van Ryn's family in this, what is a very difficult time for them, and also to his teammates and anybody else who was lucky enough to know Brendon Van Ryn personally, because I'm sure this is a very difficult time for all of them. And if you do need help to get through this time, of course, you can reach out to people at GSRC, and also remember that there are some very good services if you feel like you need to talk to someone to understand this tragedy. So with a minute and a half left of the warm-up, now would be a perfect time to have a look at the starting grid for today's race and see what happened during qualifying.
Not too sure why that one's not coming up there, Liam. I will keep trying.
Okay, we're having a little bit of trouble with getting up that graphic for the starting grid. So instead we will show you that to the warm-up once the race server loads in and we can get those positions to you. It's a very good turnout today. We've got about 28 cars in total, 9 cars in the LMDH and 17 in the GT3. So the GT3 numbers looking very similar to what we had last season. LMDH massively up compared to where we were at the end of last season, so that's really good to see, and I imagine those LMDH cars are going to be absolutely gorgeous to drive around this track through the sweeping corners, turns 2, 3, 4, 5, the S's, and then around Spoon. It's going to be wonderful to see that, and particularly if we do get a bit of rain at some point during the race, that's going to make it very, very interesting for us to get those high horsepower beasts around this track safely. And it is a track that will punish anybody that gets it wrong. There is very little tarmac runoff. Of course, being in Japan, they don't have much space. It's a very densely populated country, so there's just no space to add extra runoff. And that's also part of the reason that the track is a figure S, because it's just to keep it nice and compact. And it is actually fantastic for the vans. If you ever get a chance to go to the Suzuka, I highly recommend it. I was lucky enough to go to last year, and there are points around the circuit where you can see sort of both sides of that figure 8. So it's absolutely brilliant from a spectator point of view. And here we go. This is the starting grid. Taking pole position overall, and for the GTP class, we have Aidan Lufweit for Whiskey Business Racing. Behind him, in second place, is Kiwi Tractics Racing. Then on row 2, we've got Drop Bear in Koski and MajorsGarage.com iRacing. Row 3 is Kingsman's Racing 310 and DBM Cross Beyond Blue in 6th place. Then in 7th place, we have Fishing Motorsports 026 and Cody Jones Summit Sim Sports Everest. Then at the back of the pack for the LMDH is ILEC Motorsport. Expect to see them move forward at some point, because it looks like they did not get a representative time on board during qualifying. Take a poll for the GT3s is Drop Bear Motorsport, and alongside them will be Breadline Racing. Breadline Racing, a feature at the front of the Endurance Championship for a couple of seasons now. Samuel Sproul is in third for Blackout OPR 43, with Matty Dench alongside him for Team PGZ. Look for that car to try and move forward, because we all know what Matty Dench can do in a GT3 in a GSRC server. We then have Connor Brody in 5th, Caleb Hides in 6th, Yeeman in 7th for Drop Bear HRS, Tom Williams for Quantum Motorsport in 8th, Alex Julia in Innocence Motorsports in 9th, and Dale Clow in 10th. So soon the cars will get underway under the iRacing safety car. Then our own GSRC safety car will take the lead of the field. He will pull all of the cars over to observe a minute's silence.
Oh, sorry there, Liam. I didn't update you. That is no longer the method we're using. We're going to attempt to hold the cars a little bit longer and just observe a minute's silence under the AI safety car.
But you know, a minute's silence starts. At the moment, I understand that drivers will be undergoing their pre-race briefing.
I think we'll begin the minute silence now. Alrighty, thank you everyone. I'd like to wish a final farewell to our friend Brendon Van Ryn.
I'd like to thank all of the committee members and yourself, Josh Zuano, for getting together very quickly to pull some things together so that we could pay tribute to Brendon Van Ryn in this broadcast. It was a very nice thought, and to see it all come together so quickly was very nice to see, so thank you very much for letting us honour him.
Apologies for cutting your grid chat off earlier there. We might be able to resume that one if that's all right.
That's okay. Yes, I believe we're down to here, so let's start from 7th place. Why not? Drop HRS in 7th with Quantum Motorsports in 8th. Iridium Sim Sports 268 are in 9th with Tech One Sharp EIT Solutions in 10th position. Then on the 6th row, we've got Pacific Esports Racing and Pacific Esports Racing. So all Pacific Esports Racing row there. Be interested to see whether they work together or whether that just makes the rivalry more intense between the two cars in those positions. We've then got Aussie Racers in 13th, Pinnacle Esports Racing in 14th, Quantum Motorsports in 15th, Fendi Racing Blue in 16th, and Summit Sim Sports in 17th.
Alrighty, it looks like the iRacing safety car is about to release the cars, and we'll get underway.
Well, what are you excited to see in this race? Obviously, did you see round 1?
Yes, of course. I had a lot on my plate around one. I was the race director and race controller, and we overcomplicated a lot of things. And so moving into this round, we've had some major changes, obviously, under the iRacing banner overall, with weather coming in. So that's going to be very exciting. We have a, what would you call it, a scheduled kind of weather system for this one, as this time of year doesn't rain that often around here, which is hilarious because it was raining during F1, during the practice session, P2 I believe. But yeah, so the weather, and then also basically we have a few new teams and a lot of high rated drivers, so there's going to be great battles all the way up and down the field today. So yeah, should be exciting.
Yeah, traditionally, particularly in the GT3s, it's been Breadline and Team PGZ when they've entered that have been right at the front, with a few other teams that are able to compete at certain tracks and then drop back a little bit at other tracks. So it's really interesting to see just how tight it was at the top for the first four positions. Blackout, they've been one of those teams that can compete at times. Interesting to see Drop Bear Motorsport get up to the top in qualifying. I hope they can maintain that pace during the race, because if we can have a 3, 4, 5 car battle for the victory, that'd be absolutely superb, wouldn't it? Too often it's one car manages to get away at the front, often the car being driven by Matty Dench, let's face it. But not always. Particularly in the Endurance Championship, we do see a few more differences compared to the regular GT3 Championship on the Monday night, or even the Porsche Cup. And hopefully it translates into an all-season championship fight. Sometimes we're treated to good individual races, but the championship can be a bit of a blowout. I'm really hoping that this season the championship fight's really going to kick off and we'll come into the final round not talking about dead rubber, not talking about how one team needs this other team to basically to retire to have any chance of stealing the championship from them. I hope we're talking about 2 cars at least going into the final round with a very realistic shot of taking the title, because that would be absolutely phenomenal. It's one of the commentary pleasures I've not quite had the joy of yet in the Enduro Championship. So it'll be really nice to see that this season. And here we go. The safety car has leads them away. They're just heading around the final corner now, and the LMDHs will get us underway here at round 2 at Suzuka of the GSRC Endurance Championship. Whiskey Business Racing Blue are got a dominant lead, and Drop Bear and Koski have just taken second from Kiwi Texas Racing, and now the GT3s get underway as well. Tyson Broad getting a good start, Brock Kelly and Samuel Sprout, Brendon Racing and Blackout were side by side. Drop Bear HRS have gained a spot on Blackout OPR 48. Connor Brody dropping 2 positions already, so getting a little bit left behind. that on that rolling start, because we do a rolling start endurance as is tradition, because it is a little bit safer than having a standing start. Mate Dent for Team PGZ, he's up one spot. He's got past Blackout OPR 43, so he is in third place. Tyson Broad's in first. Brock Kelly in second. And what a fantastic start that is from Tyson Broad. Exactly what he would have been picturing when he was following the safety car. A bit further down, Pinnacle Esports have climbed from 14th to 13th, overtaking Aussie Racers, and Summit Sim Sports K2 have already taken one position from the back of the pack, so they're no longer quite at the back. They are the penultimate car in the GT3 field. In the LMDHs, it's Summit Sim Sport Everest that are really pushing forward. They've already made 3 spots, getting past DBMX Beyond Blue, Kingsman Racing 310, and Fishy Motorsports 026 to become the big shaker and mover across both categories here so far. Very, very impressive stuff for them, and look how close they are to Tom Guest and Major's Garage entry just ahead of them, and then Leif McClemont for Kiwi Tractis Racing. Leif McClemont looking like he doesn't quite have the pace of the opening of the top 2 cars. He's already over a second behind, and if he falls much further behind, he's going to start losing the slipstream, and then that's going to really feed him into the 2 cars behind, who look at a very, very early stage of the race, not even one lap done, like they may have just got off to a faster start. Because what we're seeing could be a difference in the makes of the cars, or it could be due to a difference in setup, and maybe it's taking a little bit longer to warm up its tyres. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes over the next 2 or 3 races and is able to stabilise his position. Leif McClemont, one of 2 Porsches in the top 3 at the moment. The rest of the lead car is a Cadillac. So we've got Cadillac Porsche. Now Cadillac Porsche as Tom Guest and Leif McClemont battle it out, going side by side through the S's, which is very, very brave from both drivers there. Some great skill on show, and it's Tom Guest, the Major's Garage, who manages to hold Leif McClemont, keep Leif McClemont behind him in the end. And now Summit Sim Sports Everest climbing all over the back of Leif McClemont, and we just said about that difference in pace. Look at the gap that Tom Guest is already pulling to Leif, almost a second already. So it just shows that we were right to call out the difference in pace so early. Leif McClemont really struggling in his opening exchanges. Oh, let's go. Car gone round. Just as we're on board with Tom Guest, he's gone round. Thinking the camera was looking very, very weird there. He's managed to spin it at the hairpin and trying to carry a little bit more speed, and perhaps taking a tighter line than he envisioned originally. Just getting that combination of line and speed not quite right. So he's got a bit wide, trying to get on the power a little bit too early with a little bit too much lock on, and that's just caused the car to spin around. It's going to take him a while to get that back on the track, and indeed he has dropped 6.8 seconds off the back of the pack for the LMDHs, but thankfully for him has stayed ahead of the GT3, so won't have an extra effort to get past the GT3 cars, just spreading out that first spread even more. And he'll be quite happy that at least he knows he's got a pace, and he should be able to make up 6.95 seconds, because he's got a whole 6 hours to do it in, which is plenty of time to overcome 1 or 2 small mistakes. But those small mistakes all add up, and they so often make the difference in an endurance race. From now on, he needs to keep it clean. Brock Kelly really pushing there for Bradline Racing. See that the car squirmed as came off the curbing there. It would have been so easy for him to spin it in the wall, but of course Brock Kelly is a class operator. He is not going to make a mistake like that so early on, not in an endurance race. And he is attempting to put the pressure on Tyson Broad, who showed incredible pace in that Lamborghini in qualifying, but can he maintain it in the race? So far so good. He's got half a second over Brock Kelly, who in turn has half a second over Manny Danger, with Samuel Sproul just hanging on to this group. 3/4 of a second further back, and then Caleb Hyde's the last car in this lead group. He's in 5th, and he's actually really putting the pressure on Samuel Sproul. Daniel Yeaman is the start of a second group of GT3s, 1.3 seconds off this pack already, and given it's only lap 3, you'd envision that gap is going to keep growing. Roger Broccoli, he is right behind Tyson Broad, so he's determined to dictate the pace here. Doesn't want to let Tyson Broad go at his own pace. He's going to try and push him, force him into a pace he's uncomfortable with, and try and get that position off him. On board now with watching now Luke Swan, so he's got Thomas Foster behind him, Pacific Esports Racing 35, and he's just maintained his position so far. Has Luke Swan. Thomas Foster's up 1, but there he goes off track. As I say, that is commentator's curse right there. Just carrying too much speed. Didn't quite catch, maybe locked the brakes. Didn't sound like it. So it looks like he's maybe caught the gravel on entry into second, into Degner 2. Sorry, for some reason my mind was on second Lesmo then. I was like, no, it's not the Lesmo, that is completely the wrong track, it's Degner. Degner 2. So he's hit the curb there, that's sent him wide. Right, so it was actually a mistake on Degner 1, just taking too much curb. That's what set up the car, he's tried to catch it, that's bumped him out wide, he's ended up on the gravel and grass. I imagine that's quite slippy because there was a bit of rain just before the race. It's dried off the main track, but those runoffs with the grass could be very, very slippy, and I think we saw that there because that car just would not turn anymore and just got sent straight into the wall. So 2 high-profile mistakes already in this race because Suzuka is such a technical, difficult and punishing circuit. I dare say, if you can just keep it clean, particularly if you're in the GT3s with that bigger field, if you're down in 14, 15, 16, if you can just keep it clean, you're going to get a top 10. It's just going to happen because at least 5 or 6 cars are going to throw themselves off, give themselves a hip damage, and take themselves out of the regular running instead of end up in a secondary race of those cars that have had a big accident. So what I'm watching now is that battle that I called out a little bit earlier, Samuel Sproul versus Caleb Hydes, Blackout OPR 43 versus Whiskey Business Racing Yellow. Whiskey Business Racing Yellow looking like they've got more pace in that Ferrari than the Porsche head currently. That gap's been below 0.3 of a second pretty much since the start of the race. And there he goes, flashing his lights, not super happy with the defence that Samuel Sproul is putting on, and probably thinking, hey mate, let me pass, I've obviously got more pace than you. Or at least I feel I've obviously got more pace than you. It's going to be better for both our races if you just let me pass, you tack onto my back end and we catch up to the group ahead instead of letting them get detached. But of course, Samuel Sproul's probably thinking differently. He's probably thinking, no, look, listen, I just need to get my act together a little bit. I know I've got a bit more pace than I'm driving at right now. Just need to keep it clean. I'm just a little bit nervous on the start or just not quite driving at my optimal. But when I do, I'm going to leave you behind, mate. So bit of a misunderstanding there between Sproul and Hydes, and I'll be interested to see how this resolves itself in the end. It's either going to be an overtake from Hyde, or Samuel Sproul's going to have to up his pace and pull away. Things in the GT3. Go on, Josh.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I'm not liking pressing buttons at the moment. Everyone I seem to swap to hasn't had much luck, so the commentator's curse is real. Let's see if we can break that, guys.
They always talk about the commentator's curse, but the producer's curse is a little-known curse that sits alongside the commentator's curse, and it is equally powerful. As a commentator, I like to think it's actually all down to the producer, and it's them choosing to go there that causes the accident. No, I don't think that's true. I think commentator's curse is well established at this point. Interesting, like GT3 pack staying much more compressed than the LMDH pack at the moment. LMDH, there's definitely a lead 5 cars that pulled away from everybody else. So I think there's been a few incidents that we haven't seen on the broadcast for the likes of Jason Chin, because he's already 8.2 seconds behind Chris Hen, and we're on lap 5, so that could be genuine. He could be losing over a second a lap, but I wouldn't be surprised if there has been some sort of mistake, and that's exaggerated that gap. And what we're seeing there is a gap between those cars that haven't made a mistake yet and those cars that have already made a mistake.
Just on with Kobe here, and he is still by far the biggest mover of the bunch, closely followed by Mr. Chris Hen in the ILEC car, but up 6 into P2. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, getting absolutely the start he would have wanted. I think it's fair to say that car didn't qualify perhaps where it should have, and he's looking to make amends on that now and has done a fantastic job. Lap times very, very close in the GT3s over the last few laps, but so far it's been Matty Dench who's been who seems to be fastest at the moment, with Brownlee for DBM X Beyond Blue also showing a bit of pace in the LMDHs right now.
Nice little tribute to Brendon there on the rear bar. Thank you, guys.
That's good to see. And if there are any other teams that are running tributes to Brendon Van Ryn, we did ask other cars if they would like to pay tribute to perhaps run white rims for this race, because that was how the Beam Boss boys differentiated between themselves with the same livery. They would have different coloured tyres, and Brendon Van Ryn used to run the white tyres. So you'll see a lot of cars running white rims today, and that is in tribute to Brendon Van Ryn. If your team has got another tribute to Brendon Van Ryn on your car, please let us know and we'll show it on the broadcast. Or if anybody would like to come into the box and say a few words towards him, just come in at any point, and we'll give you that opportunity. Or if you just want to talk about the race, that's also fine. Come into the box, we love chatting to you guys. And in the endurance, we have the unique opportunity to talk to some of the racers while the race is alive, because they're not in the car. So it's always nice when we take advantage of that as we watch the lead LMDHs catch up to the GT3s, and look how much they're getting slowed down when they catch them in the S's. It is not the place where you want to catch the GT3s, and the GT3s, their directions are to stay online. Just be predictable, drive like normal. It is on the LMDHs to get around you safely. So it's tough looking at LMDH if they come up to a GT3 at a slow part of the track, a track where there's not really the opportunity to get past like in the S's. GT3s don't have to get away. They're more than inclined to sit there, hold you up, and then you just got to do what you can when the opportunity arises. And that's why you see sometimes LMDH cars getting a little bit desperate and really lunging one down the inside at a corner that they really shouldn't be, because they know if they don't get it done now, they're going to sat behind for the next 2-3 corners, and what could be a second lost will turn into 5, 6, 7 seconds instead. But they have negotiated the traffic quite well in the end, and those gaps in the LMDHs have not artificially closed.
Yeah, we touched on this last round, Liam, but some major changes to the core GSRC rule set as well, which lead into the endurance racing. So we have shored up the rules and made them more, conducive to close racing. So it's really worked in very well for the endurance racing side of things in terms of the multi-class passing etiquette and whatnot. So yeah, hopefully the boys are on their best behaviour, but yeah, it's pretty clear when they're allowed to overtake and when they're allowed to dive and whatnot, so it should be interesting to see.
Yeah, a lot of effort's gone into spruiking up the endurance championship for this season. Yourself obviously leading that effort, and I have to say it's been fantastic to see so much love being given to the endurance series. I think you're doing a very, very good job, if you don't mind me saying so. I know I've said that to you in private, but if you don't mind me saying it on the broadcast.
Thanks.
It's definitely nice to see so much communication from the leadership of the series, and just a willingness to try things and potentially get it wrong, but at the very least, try things, make differences. And we came, I'm sure Mike might be saying this, we came very, very close to not having an endurance series because we only got the numbers to run it quite near the end, and I'm so glad we did, because I think it's an important part of the GSRC.
Yeah, definitely. It's been fun so far. Yes, it's a bit of work, but there's a lot of love for endurance racing shown around the traps. And what have we got? There's 26 teams competing today, and I think we've got 39 on the roster. Most teams have 3 to 4 races, so that's a lot of members that want to throw their hat in the ring and dedicate not just the 6 to 8 hours of the day of the actual race, but the lead up to it. And there's a lot of commitment with endurance racing. So I just feel that we owe it to everyone else to put on the best show we can for them.
Yes, we certainly do. And we should also thank those guys in race control. I know there were at the very least Matt Smitke in race control was planning to race, and then ended up being asked if he'd be interested in doing race control and decided to do race control instead. So thank you to everybody in race control. It's really important that we do have live race control in a race like this, that, like you just pointed out, you put in so much more effort to an endurance race in the prep for it. It's not one you can just rock up and expect to be competitive if you haven't done a few laps, if you haven't figured out your strategies. So it's probably the most important series out of the GSRC to have live race control. So I'm really glad we got that, and we can only do that because of the volunteers in the race control booth right now. So thank you very much if you are listening. And of course, we can only bring you the broadcast because of our sponsors. So we should take a moment to thank them before we go back to calling some more of the racing. So our sponsors include Lobesy Racing, N-Wave Australia, Player One Sim Gear, Brayton Non-Alcoholic Cider, waste options. And flash graphics. So, it's the racing. We're currently following Greg Heaney, who is in 5th in the LMDH. And those LMDH cars, they've really spread out now. I wonder if a little bit of that is deliberate, just to make sure they're not so much in the dirty air, just looking after the tyres a bit, because there's very consistent 2.5 to 3.5 second gaps between the top 5 cars, whereas we saw those top 5 cars really compressed at the start of the race. I think things have settled down a bit there. You then got Tom Guest for Major's Garage. He's 5 seconds behind Greg Heaney, so that's the first notable gap, although that gap has come down in the last few laps, so I'll be interested to see if that continues to go down. Once we get to lap 12, if that's down below 3 seconds, I think we know there's definitely a charge on there. You then got Jason Chin for Fishing Motorsports. He's 7 seconds behind Tom Guest, so he could become the leader of the second pack if Tom Guest for Major's Garage is able to catch up to those front 5 cars and make it a lead 6 pack, with them all just spread out a little bit more than normal, just to preserve the tyres, I imagine. That is definitely not the case, however, in the GT3s. If we cut to the lead of the GT3s, there is a big 5-car battle for the lead of this race going on as we speak. Just coming through the last part of the S's around this really difficult left-hander where we saw Logan Sargent get it wrong on the grass. So he went over that access road there and then got onto the grass, and that was what spat him into the wall. Then you come into Degner 1 and Degner 2. 2 absolutely brilliant corners that really need a lot of commitment to go quick. You approach them and you're like, this is quite a narrow 90-degree corner. There's no way I can carry much speed through there. And then you just keep carrying more and more speed, and the car just keeps sticking because there's so much grip at that part of the circuit. It's really fascinating. That's why it is such a difficult corner, because it's, I think on most other tracks, a corner with the same profile, you'd take it a bit slower. But there's just so much grip there, and that LMDH car's just got it wrong, trying to go down the inside, a little bit impatient there, perhaps just misjudging it, and spat him wide, and now he's done that well actually, getting back into the pack of GT3s without causing an incident. Would have been very easy to lose his head. Instead he's going to blitz past them on the straight and try and overtake them before they get to 130R, and he does indeed have a nice clean run through 130R. And 130R is a very different prospect in the GT3s than it is in the LMDHs. LMDH is so much downforce. As the GT3s, it's going to be a much trickier corner. The more downforce you have, yes, the more speed and the more brutal those fast corners become, but the more stable your car is through them. Whereas the cars with less downforce, those corners that are nothing in an F1 car, for instance, these days, they become real mega differences in lap time, just based on how much speed you dare carry through there and how much skill you have in keeping the car stable as you do that. Because if you get that car unstable, the back end just tries to come out a little bit, you're in that wall. So a very different prospect from the GT3s, as we are watching Matthew Dench for Team PGZ in that black and orange livery, trying to get past Brock Kelly, which is interesting because we saw Brock Kelly really trying to pressure Tyson Broad earlier on in this race. He's not been able to get past. He's sat half a second behind him. But if anything, he's looking a little bit more vulnerable to Matty Dench behind than he is looking likely to mount a move on Tyson Broad. And I think what he's doing is just decided he's going to settle for second for now. And that's why, whereas Matty Dench, I think, wants to get to the front, judging by the fact that he's just had a spin. He's just had a spin. So what we saw there is he just got into the back of Brock Kelly, and he's had to check up, and what's caused is the car behind him, I think Samuel Sprout, for Blackout OPR, getting caught out and then just nudging Matty Dench in the back as well, and Matty Dench going around, and then him getting caught by the car behind him. So really hard one for race control to figure out what's gone on there. But multiple cars being spun around by cars behind them, getting into the back of them, and the decision will be, did the car behind have time to react, or was that an inevitable consequence as soon as that initial contact was made between Matty Dench and Brock Kelly? So big losers there. Matty Dench down 5 positions now from the starting spot. He was up above his starting spot at the beginning. Team PGZ, so he's down in 9th place. So watch for him to come back through the pack. And then Samuel Sproul coming off even worse. He's down 10 positions, started in 3rd, now in 13th position, right near the back of this race, and he's got work cut out for him if he's going to catch back up. So just to put that into more meaningful numbers, Matty Dench now 16 seconds behind the leaders. Samuel Sproul a further 13 seconds behind Matty Dench. So desperately unlucky for Blackout Motorsports there, and fingers crossed they can find a way to claw that time loss back over the course of the next 5 hours and 39 minutes.
If we know anything about PGZ, they will find a way.
Yeah, they have a sneaky way to find a way to find themselves at the front of pretty much every race they compete in the GSRC. They were a notable omission from the last GSRC Endurance Championship. Instead, Matty Dench teaming up with a different team. It escapes me what team he actually hooked up with in the end. Please forgive me for that loss of memory. But ended up fighting for the championship in a different team, but then now his team BGZ teammates have come back into the fold, and they'll be racing this season in the GSRC Endurance Championship, which is good to see.
Tractix it was. It's memory's failing me. Yeah, so
they had this because they had multiple cars. That's why I didn't think about them. I was thinking about the Tractix car in the that was a little bit further down for in the season, but there was another Tractix racing that were competed at the front the whole season long. That's what Matty Dench was in.
Yeah, I'll just bring up the licenses really quick as well, just to show everyone absolutely phenomenal array of talent we have on the field for these endurance series. Some really, really high numbers out there at the moment, so
yeah, so for
impressive.
those of you not familiar with the iRacing system, perhaps you're not a racer, perhaps you're just a family member or a friend and you just tune in, or perhaps you're a random that's found us, in which case, welcome, please stay, love to have you on board watching us live across multiple streaming services. This works like an ELL ranking in chess. So if you're not familiar with that, the way it works is everybody starts with a certain amount of points, and you gain or lose points based on your results against other people. So if you win, then you gain points. If you lose, then you lose points. Of course, in motor racing, it's a little bit more complicated because you're not facing one person like you're on track, you're facing multiple people. But what happens is it's a zero-sum game. So you can only there's a set amount of points across all the drivers in iRacing. Whenever someone gets added, there's a new I think it's 1,500 points that gets added. Could be 1,000. To the total pool, and that's up for grabs for everyone. And the bigger the difference in points at the start of the race, the more points you gain or lose depending on what happens. So if you're a 6,000 rating and you beat someone who's only 500 rating, you'll get 1 point, because it doesn't prove you're any better. You were fully expected to beat the person, and you did. Congratulations, you got the result you should have. Your points aren't going to change much. However, do that the other way round. Someone who's got 500 points beats someone who's on 6,000, then they'll gain a heap of points, because like, this really shouldn't have happened. That 500 rating is absolutely wrong, because the chance of you beating them was 1 in a million, and you've done it. So chances are that's wrong. So we're going to give you a heap of points, and we're going to take a heap of points off the person that has 6,000, because they really shouldn't have lost. What's happened to you? You should not have lost against this person. No way in hell. You're not as good as you used to be, because otherwise you wouldn't have lost. So you're going to lose some points. And that's how it works. And it's kind of exponential. So you can see a lot of drivers in that 1,000 to 2,000 bracket. Quite a few in 2,000 to 3,000. And then once you get above 3,000, it gets really, really rare. Really, really rare. And you were talking the creme de la creme. Particularly if you get above 5,000. Above 5,000 is alien. You're just insane levels of speed. So if you look at those numbers now, we've got a bunch in the 4Ks at the head of the LMDHs, and then some of the 1 and 2K categories, still very accomplished drivers. Still, I think 1.4 is the halfway mark, as in, like, if you've got 1.4, you're better than 50% or of the drivers in iRacing. So it's not very hard to get to that 50% marker where you're average. So I think every driver in this is at least around average or better. And then in the GT3s, we've got some that are 6 or 7K, which just shows you they really are the best in the world. Not just in Australia. These are drivers that were competitive in every single race that they enter in iRacing. That's Josh Millard going for a spin for Summit Sports Esports. We also saw on our screens what looked like Team PGZ retiring from the race, which was very interesting to see. They may just have a long repair window, so they've got out the car and come back in, but it's unusual to see the car disappear, so I suspect they may have just drawn from this race and they're certainly not on track right now. Which is a shame, because we're looking forward to seeing how they went trying to get back for the pack, but instead I think they've called it quits. Please correct me, anybody from Team PGZ, if I am wrong, or confirm whether I am correct.
I believe you're correct there. Just looking at the numbers, he's definitely not moving, and now 2 laps down. So, dare I say, Maddie and Simon are bowing out from this round.
Yeah, we're going to go enjoy the rest of their Sunday elsewhere instead, but I'm sure they'll have less fun. As we come back to Brock Kelly, he's having a lot of fun, but I dare say he'd be having more fun if he could get past Tyson Broad ahead of him. This gap hasn't been over a second the entirety of the race. Most of the time it's been below half a second. Yeah, but Tyson Broad just doing a fantastic job. He's never really looked like he's going to get overtaken. As much as Brock Kelly has been... Oh, that was close. As much as Brock Kelly has been right behind him since the very, very start of the race, Tyson Broad has not put a finger wrong. I can't remember seeing the two of them side by side. Brock Kelly's just been right up his gearbox, and Tyson Broad's just kept it cool, been happy to leave him there, and has done nothing to allow Brock Kelly to even have a sniff. The other explanation is Brock Kelly's very deliberately sat right behind him, saving fuel. And we won't find out whether that is the case until we get to our first round of pit stops, which is usually around the 40-45 minute mark for the LMDHs, and then closer to the hour mark for the GT3s. This being quite a high-speed circuit, would not be surprised if those timeframes are a little bit less for Suzuka. Interesting. Did you see the movement on the steering wheel there as it was coming out of the corner? You see, he had a little bit of opposite lock on, just a smidgen. So he's fighting a little bit of oversteer on the exit of the corner. He's just trying to get the power down, and it's just letting the car walk out wide a little bit, just reducing the demand on those tires, just to make sure that the car doesn't end up in a spin. That's the kind of thing you'll see a lot more on these drivers that are really pushing it, and less as you go to onboards further down the field. Because these drivers, they are driving to the limit of grip, which means you're constantly just a little bit over it and then correcting, right? So you'll see these drivers, when they go through a corner, a lot of them, it won't look super smooth. It'll look like they're constantly making small adjustments on the steering wheel. That's because they're feeling a little bit of oversteer, a little bit of understeer, depending on how the car's balanced, depending on the profile of the corner. And they're basically combating that and make sure the car gets round the corner, despite being there, by constantly bringing like into the limit, over the limit, into the limit, over the limit, to effectively sit on the limit. Whereas you see the slower drivers, they're not as good, they're not as confident doing it, they're not as confident taking the car right to the limit, they're not as good as getting the car to the limit. So sometimes they'll look smoother, and because they're not taking the car to the limit, they're not having to make adjustments. So it looks smooth and it looks somewhat accomplished, but it doesn't have the speed, because they're actually constantly sitting at 97% of the limit, which means you're not at the limit, which means you're not going to get the understeer, not going to get the oversteer. Can be good for looking after the tires, but it means ultimately you're not going to be as fast, and that's why you're going to see some of the cars that look like the lines are very, very similar, right? You look at them off board and you wouldn't be able to tell necessarily where the difference in lap time is coming from when it's like even a second or two. But you look on the onboards and that'll give you some clues as to why one car is faster than another.
Yeah, there's many approaches, isn't it? And one of the interesting things you see with those top level drivers, some are very smooth, and then some also have that real life karting kind of blending through, where they're really feeling the grip with the wheel. And let's not underestimate how hard that is to do in iRacing, or most sims for that. The translation of information between the wheel and also haptics, if you have them, is definitely not what you would get in the real life world. So yeah, credit to the guys who can do it. I do not fall in that category.
Yeah, neither do I. It's very, very hard to do, and just in the wheel you have to have such a finely tuned sense of what forces are coming through the wheel to you. And obviously a high powered wheel helps you, but there's people that do it in low powered wheels as well. It's definitely not your equipment can help in sim racing, but it's definitely not the reason you're fast or slow. It might be a few tenths at most difference. Once you get that extra feel that, say, a high-powered wheel could give you versus, say, a Logitech G29, most people start a wheel. But it's not suddenly going to make you an alien if you're only mid-pack beforehand. It'll just make you mostly more consistent more than anything else. Whereas, like you said, you hear drivers talk about driving on bum feel. You know, being able to feel what the frame beneath them when they're driving a real car is actually doing. You don't have that in sim racing. It's all through the wheel. So you're driving on a subset of the feelings and forces that you get in a real car, which by some real world drivers struggle once it comes to the sim, because they're so used to driving through all these other feelings and almost not, you know, the wheel only being a small part of what they feel, that they really struggle once they don't have those feelings in the sim. And then other drivers are very, very, very good at doing it, because they just evidently, when they're driving a car for real, they do like to feel more through the steering, and they give more impetus to what they're feeling through the steering than some of those other forces, but then they can more easily translate that to sim racing. And of course, if you've grown up sim racing, it's going to be easier. And that's where, you know, Max Verstappen being incredible at both, because he takes his sim racing almost as seriously as it takes his Formula 1 sometimes, which is really awesome, and it really lends an air of legitimacy to what we do here at the GSRC when you've got the likes of Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Max Verstappen, all heavily involved in sim racing. It's a real it's been a real shot on the arm for the sport, and I think that's part of the reason sim racing has really taken off in the last sort of 5 years, as we've seen an increasing number of professional drivers talking openly about how they do sim racing and how much they enjoy it, and just how much closer it's getting to the real thing.
It's phenomenal to see. Even those guys that aren't so much in the spotlight, but are still at the top of their game, a lot of them are using sim racing to practice. So I know for a fact one of the guys who builds the light system that I use on my matrices got a gift package from Oscar Piastri as a thank you for making it. You know, and I've never even heard of Oscar using iRacing. Same with Ollie Behrman. You know, there's lots of names out there that everyone should know if they watch F1 and other major leagues. But yeah, it's awesome to see.
Yeah, it really is, and I bet iRacing was smiling to themselves when Max Verstappen absolutely went off at the was it R-Factor 2?
Yeah, it was.
Well, was it the Le Mans? Yeah, R-Factor 2 when they basically mucked up running the Le Mans 24 hours and talked about how it wasn't good enough. I bet iRacing were licking their lips listening to that, like, yes, send them all over to us. We will take the Le Mans 24-hour license back. Yes. Hasn't happened yet, but I dare say R-Factor 2 can't afford another kerfuffle like that, because their reputation was already trashed as soon as Max Verstappen decided he was going to talk about it on his stream. So a couple of incidents being noted by race control and a couple of penalties being handed out. So just noting their rear contact in the GT3s and that being punished. So contact there between Tom Guest and the GT3 car ahead of him, a little tap in the back, and Tom Guest, I think, receiving a little punishment for that.
Yeah, just to translate, that is a drive-through for Major's Garage entry in the LMDH.
Is it fair to say that conduct between the LMDHs when they're overtaking the GT3s, one of the focuses of those changes to the endurance rules?
It was one of them, but unfortunately we can't do anything to impact the mindset of the drivers. And no matter the speed difference between the classes, you're still going to get those kind of incidents, and it just comes down to patience. Unfortunately, people either aren't patient, overestimate the speed difference and just size of the car and everything, the whole geometry of it all. But yeah, it's just one of those quirks. We see it every single race in multi-class, and it's unavoidable. These are easier mistakes to make than what they appear from the outset.
Yeah, and it's skill as well. It's that capability to look at the car ahead of you, see how it's behaving, and understand where that car's going to end up over the next 1, 2, 3 corners and how it's going to behave, and then be able to put your car where that car isn't. It's a really difficult skill, and it's even harder when your car is so different to the guy ahead, because you start thinking about what your car can do and you don't necessarily understand. You don't calculate at the moment that the GT3's exact limitations and how they're entering the corner at this speed, which means they're gonna push wide. There's no way they can hold it narrow. Whereas in the LMDH, I think, well, I can hold it narrow there. So I'm assuming that's what they're gonna do, or whatever. So there's definitely an aspect of skill there, and you can really see when the LMDHs do come up to the GT3s, the cars that are able to get through quick. They often do it every time they get through relatively quick, because they've just got the knack for it. They've got the skill to be able to predict where all the cars are going to be, and they're able to understand how they can cut their way through the traffic, whereas the drivers that struggle will lose time almost every single time that they come across the traffic, if they come across it in a similar area of the track, because they just do not have that skill, and it takes a while to build that skill. You can see it if you ever go to your local karting track as well. Sometimes you'll see races that are, particularly if you're racing just at a rental kart track where there's huge differences of skill, other people competing, not so much if you're racing your own car in a proper championship, but you'll see sometimes there'll be 2 fast drivers that quite obviously are a league above everybody else there, and one will cut through all the slow drivers and almost barely be held up, and the other one will seem to struggle and be stuck for 3, 4, 5 corners each and every time they come up behind another car. And that's really the only difference between them, because the pace is pretty similar, and it's just that having that racing brain versus that hot lap brain, which is a really difficult transition for some people. So just to catch you all back up as to where we stand now in both the LMDH and the GT3s. The LMDH splits at the front have really separated out, so I think that there has been some differences in the ability to manage traffic, really changing the complexion of that race, as well as a few incidents and penalties. So it looks like Tom Guest from Age's Garage just serving his penalty now. I can see he is in the pit lane. Yeah, really big gaps throughout. Basically 10 seconds between each car, give or take 1 or 2 seconds. Really evenly spread out all the way down to Kingsman Racing 310, who are a further 33 seconds behind Jason Chin. So it's the top 6 that are in the battle, and this is an endurance race, so those 10-second gaps aren't quite as devastating as they would be in a normal race. Plenty of time yet for those gaps to grow and decrease. But right now, no active battles in the LMDHs as we sit 40 minutes into our 6-hour race. GT3s, at one point we were being spoiled and we had that 5-car battle, but that incident between Team PGZ, Breadline and Blackout really did separate out that group. So of course we saw Team PGZ retire as a result of that incident. Blackout OPR 43 got sent back down the pack to 13th. They've recovered up to 10th so far, and driving at a half decent clock, but not showing the pace to get back in the lead fight at the moment. And now we've got Tyson Tyson Broad and Brock Kelly side by side for the first time this race. Finally, Brock Kelly's been able to try and make a move, almost pushing him through the right hand. The approach to double left-hander, really crucial part of the racetrack. Brock Kelly getting a little bit wrong on entry, having to save a little bit of oversteer, but getting on top of that early on, but has given Tyson Broad a little bit of breathing space as they approach 130R, but gloves have come off in the spell. Brock Kelly no longer happy to sit behind Tyson Broad, and I think we're going to sit through this and enjoy this for a few laps yet, because these are two titans in GT3. And Brock Kelly able to carry so much more speed through 130R, going down the inside at the hairpin, gets the move done, does he? Brock Kelly, Tyson Broad, apologies, trying to turn in, but Brock Kelly deliberately taking it a little bit deep and forcing Tyson Broad to straighten back up before he's then able to turn back in, trying to guard against the undercut and coming back at him for the second part of the chicane. Tyson Broad right behind him as they approach turn 1. Is he going to pull out to the inside? No, because the LMDH car pulls out to the inside instead, takes both there, and Tyson Broad sits behind Brock Kelly for turn 1 and turn 2. Won't get an overtaking opportunity through the S's unless Brock Kelly makes a mistake. So we'll have to wait and see the run they get through Degner 1, Degner 2, whether Tyson Broad's able to make a move through the hairpin, or whether he lets Brock Kelly lead for a bit.
Might be a good time to touch on where the championship points are at. 20 minutes to go in the first round of the casting.
Do it. So, then this is definitely going to change already, because Team PGZ have retired. Team PGZ leading up round 1 with Quantum Motorsport in second and International Drive Syndicate in third. So International Drive Syndicate not racing, sorry, I'm starting with the GT3 just because we're watching them on screen. Quantum Motorsports at the moment, they're the highest ranked team in this race. They're in 7th place. So they'll be trying to maintain second, but Brendon Racing, they're winning the race and they're in 4th, so look for them to leap up the championship. Pinnacle Esports, they are not in this race either, so they're going to fall down. Aussie E-Racers, they're in this race, they're in 8th, so having an okay race, nothing too brilliant. So that championship standing in GT3 is going to change around a lot after this round. I would not be surprised to see Brendon in the lead of the championship, regardless of what happens between them and Drop Bear Motorsport before the end of this race, and look for Drop Bear to climb up the order as they're currently in second. In the GTP, it's currently being led by DBM Cross Beyond Blue, who are in second place. They're looking good to try and maintain the lead. However, their main contender for the championship lead, Summit Sports Everest, who are in second, are in first in this race. So first and second in the championship are second and first in this race, so they could come out of this in the dead heat if things stay as they are. KB Tactics Racing, they're currently having an incident off track, according to my timing screens, and they have slipped down to 8th in this race, but they're third in the standing, so they may fall down a few rungs of the ladder as things stand. But certainly DBM Cross Beyond Blue and Summit Sports Everest, they're wanting a championship, 1-2 in this race. So hopefully something's going to kick off there before the end of this one. And in the meantime, Tyson Broad not able to get back past Brock Kelly, and Brock Kelly just nudging the gap out to half a second. It's kind of meaningless at this point because that gap is going to flicker and change to the tune of a 10th or 2 through each corner. But if we see that gap start to extend to 3/4 of a second over the next 2, 3, 4 laps before they come in for the first round of pit stops, that is going to indicate that Brock Kelly has got a little bit more pace in that car at the end of this stint. If Tyson Broad's able to maintain it around that half-second mark, regardless of wherever it fluctuates, bit lap and lap, that's going to indicate that the speed is very similar between the two, and we don't really know who has the outright pace advantage at this point. As we watch this LMDH, I like Motorsport trying to cut his way through the leaders of the GT3, and he'll be very happy to have done so because now he has some nice clean air for a while.
Another interesting one put on everyone's radar. So the first round of casting will finish and the stream will continue, but it will just be uncast in approximately 15 minutes time. But we've got some spicy events coming through regardless. There should be a rainstorm somewhere around the 1 to 2 hour mark there. and I believe it might be relatively heavy. So these GTPs especially are very, very tricky to handle around most tracks, and Suzuka isn't an exception. So yeah, it'd be awesome to watch.
Yeah, absolutely will be. I highly recommend anybody who's racing not sat in the car. Obviously, you'll be watching your driver's point of view, but also worth having the stream on in the background so you can see what's going on elsewhere in the race, particularly as that rain starts to hit. You'll be able to perhaps get a sneak preview of who's pitting, who's not, and what's happening there. And for everybody else who's not racing but is watching just for pure enjoyment, why not leave it on? If you've got split screen capability, just leave it on the bottom corner while you go off and watch something else. Just keep a bit of an eye on it. I know I will be in between some errands I've got to run in the 4-hour gap between our broadcasts. It should be absolutely spectacular once that rain hits, and isn't Suzuka just such a beautiful venue to watch it rain? Honestly, what a track! What a track! And it's almost hard to believe, but when this track was created, there was a different design that was much more crazy. Yes, more crazy than the roller coaster that is Suzuka, that had originally been put forward, and they got told to turn it down, and this is what they came up with. So I can't even begin to imagine what that original track layout would have looked like, because Suzuka already is unique on the F1 circuit, being the only track that has a figure of 8 formation, and it's an absolute driver favourite, isn't it? With so many high-speed corners and so much jeopardy, all the drivers seem to love it, and it's one of those one of those tracks where no matter what category you're watching, the teammate gaps suddenly grow bigger because the driver makes more of a difference around here than around many of today's modern circuits. We're just going to watch Jason Chin for I get it all wrong. Fisher Motorsports trying to overtake the GT3 car, just clipping it instead and being sent into a spin. Thankfully comes off on the outside of the hairpin without collecting anybody else on the way through, so a self-punishing mistake there for Fisher Motorsports, and they've maintained 6th place, however, in the LMDH standings, with Kingsman Racing and Kiwi Tractics behind them. Watch James Franco. Interesting seeing him not in a Ferrari. I'm used to seeing him in a Ferrari on Monday nights in the GT3s, and instead driving the Porsche today and not getting on with it quite as well. Perhaps it's a Ferrari going for a wee little spin, and that's put him and his Fendi Racing Blue team down into 12th position. However, they're a bit too disappointed because they're 4 positions up from where they starting in the 16th, currently in 12th, but they are 8 seconds behind Dale Plough and Tech One Shop EIT Solutions in 11th. So going to be a little while before they are able to make any more progress, bearing mistakes from cars ahead. In our cut to Robbie Bradbury, who is in 9th place in that rather beautiful white, blue and orange Ferrari. Props to whoever made that livery. That is a thing of beauty. They're in 9th place. They've got Samuel Sproul, who we saw had a running in the top 5 earlier on, got involved in an incident with Team PGZ and the car behind them, I think it was Whiskey Business Racing Yellow, getting a little bit of tap, getting sent into spin, losing a heap of time, trying to recover, and I'm afraid Robert Bradbury is going to struggle to keep him behind because Samuel Sproul, definitely more pace at this point in the race. Samuel Sproul, one of the fastest drivers in the field, according to his 5-lap average, running at the pace of the leaders currently, and certainly running faster than the cars around him, so expect this move to be done in a fairly short order. As we get into the pit sequence for the LMDHs, the majority of the LMDH field has dived into the pits on this lap, so Summit Sim Sports, Jock Bear, Inkosi, Whiskey Business Racing Blue, ILEC and Fisher Motorsports have all dived into the pits to get their first load of fuel at around that 48-minute mark it was when they actually hopped into the pits, which is interesting because you like to try and get to an hour if you can. Just makes maths easy. 45 minutes makes the maths easy as well. Instead, they're sitting at this awkward 48 minutes, which implies they're going to have 6 stops in this race. But it's going to be more because, as Josh has mentioned, there will be rain. So it could be interesting. That could make a huge difference in the finishing order for the MDHs, who's done X amount of stops before the rain and who's able to keep the wet tires on if the rain stops before the end, and then take it to a point where they get to the critical number where they can make it to the end without doing a stop and such things. Things all come into play as soon as rain hits the circuit, which we've been assured will happen at some point in between our commentary stints. And now the MDHs, the final two MDHs are in the pits. DBM, Crosby on Blue being the last car coming to pit lane. They're the leader, so they'll be hoping that they can maintain their advantage that they had over some Sim Sports Everest before the fuel stop, which was around 10 seconds. So we'll see what that looks like at the end of their pit stop, and that means the GT3s will be pitting soon, because once the LDH pits, it's usually a handful of laps until the GT3s follow them in when it is the first round of pit stops. And just to catch up in that battle between Brock Kelly and Tyson Broad, we had that entertaining moment where they went side by side for a few corners, and Brock Kelly managed to finally get ahead the drop by motorsport entry of Tyson Broad. That gap, we said keep an eye on it, look at whether it's expanding or not, try not to get fooled too much by looking at it in too slow time. Well, we've had a couple of laps out to 1.2, 1.3, 1.5 seconds, so I think drop by just made a mistake. I just saw it going up by about 3/10 on my screen, so definitely Brock Kelly and Brendon Racing with more pace at this point in the stint. Be interested to see whether that's a pattern that continues throughout the race, whether having more pace at the end of the stint is something that is consistent, or whether Brock Kelly always had that pace. We saw he stayed behind Tyson Broad so long in the opening stint within a second, and now he's just getting to flex his muscles. There we go, that is a drive through, I believe, car 33, which is, sorry, for contact from car 33, and it is car 26 with the penalties. That's Fisher Motorsports. We saw that incident, Fisher Motorsports ended off the track, and now they're beginning to drive through for a little bit of extra punishment. And we've just been joined in the commentary box by Greg Heaney. Greg, how are you going?
Good, yourself?
Yeah, good. Fairly enjoyable race so far. A few gaps in the LDHs, but we just had a bit of entertainment at the front of the GT3 field.
Yeah, we're doing all right in the GT at the moment, in the GTP at the moment. Better than last race out. It was my first stint in that was a bit of a handful. I think I'm a little bit more attuned to Suzuka than Watkins, I think.
Watkins is a very, very difficult circuit. Just for the audience, do you want to share which car you're driving today?
Currently driving the Whiskey Business Racing Bowen's Timber Trust sponsored Cadillac in the GTP, car 273. So, yeah, doing all right. Well done to Aiden to put it on pole by a couple of tenths. They put me in first more for consistency, I think. We're now trying to figure out who's going to jump in after Aiden, whether it be myself or Jackson, being that when we predict the rain's going to turn up. So I think we're about halfway through the third hour at this stage. Not looking terrible on the radar, but can't see a lot of it yet. But we shall see when it gets about halfway through this hour, I reckon.
That was an interesting one I had in mind as well, Greg. How were the curbs? I noticed the track was pretty dry for you, but was it still a little bit damp out there?
No, every inch of it was bone dry at the start of the race.
Wow,
but there was plenty of grip out there. So, I mean, the curves that were probably going to bite the most is between Degma 1 and 2 and Spoon. But, yeah, no, they're bone dry.
Very good. I'm sure everyone will have their hands full in a half hour or two anyways.
Oh, most definitely. The minute that first patch of rain turns up, it's going to be a case of, right, how long do you go on dries before you make the jump and go to slicks? Because that'll definitely throw a curveball into everybody's strategies, because you won't have enough time to do a driver swap at that point. It'll be maybe a top up of fuel and go and tyres, but that'll be about it.
And did you do any wet weather practice before the event?
Oh, I've done lots. These things are a handful at the best of times. You throw wet tyres on them and a damp to wet track, and it gets even worse.
You described yourself as the steady pair of hands compared to Aiden's just outright pace. So will it be you the preferred driver to get into the wet, where being steady and keep it on the track is really important, or will you look to try and take advantage of the wet and perhaps put the Aiden, who's a little bit quicker in the car, in the hope that maybe he can make the difference in the wet conditions?
At this point, we don't know yet. Being that we can only just see the start of the rain coming across on the radar, we're going to have to see what it's like. If it gets real nasty, like if it starts dipping into the orange and red territory, we'll probably go with maybe myself in the car. But I mean, Jackson just said before, he goes, well, we'll play it by ear, and if it's, he's basically said that if I jump in, yeah, I'll keep it on the road and between the lines, but I'll be really slow. But I mean, if it's going to be that wet, it's going to be hectic. I mean,
going to come in, because I think we heard quite a large crash in the background while we were talking. I just heard smashing glass and just general noises of explosions.
Well, it looks like someone's just called for a tow, so I'll leave you boys to this. I'm jumping up the channel.
Yep, thanks for joining us, Greg. So I believe that was Dylan Shepherd for Blackout OPR 43. Oh, there's Brett Cameron for Quantum Motorsports as well. Can you just show us that replay again? What's happening here? So this is two GT3s. Oh, got very ambitious trying to go around the outside to Dylan Shepherd. Ran out of road, tried to come back on and just tapped the other car on the back wheel and sent him into spin. I don't think the race char's going to look at that very favorably to Dylan, sadly, unless there's evidence that the other car was coming onto the grass, but I can't imagine that was the case. Yeah, so that was a huge incident, calling for a tow, which will mean a safety car. Surely. No safety car as of yet. And there's another big incident. That looked like there was a healthy dose of... Yeah, and safety car's just been... Safety car has been called for the first time in this race. Sorry, I went quiet there. I was listening to the radio for the drivers. So yeah, safety car has been called after those two big incidents. Looked like there was a healthy dose of netcode in that incident we just saw between the LMP and the GT3. Although I'd like to get another look at that just to see whether they want to kill how race control view that one, given is very much on the LMDHs to make their way back through safety. So Robbie Bradbury definitely coming off very poorly in that incident, and was it this car, the Motors Garage LMDH?
Ooh, unfortunately, it looks like the Ferrari there might have lost a bit of traction. Interesting to see how that's ruled on.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. It was just the way it blinked. It looked like it blinked to me as well, so yeah, very, very, very odd one. It'll be really interesting to hear the driver's view, particularly the driver of the Ferrari, Robbie Bradbury, and whether he feels that, you know, he was pushing, and so, you know, that behaviour from that car, getting it a little bit wrong, like you said, looked like it lost a little bit of grip, was expected, or whether it felt random, you know, whether it really caught him by surprise, because it just looks odd, doesn't look quite right to my eye from the replay. Nice to see the GSRC safety car, and of course we got the tribute to Brendon Van Ryn on the front of the safety car there, which is a really, really nice touch to get that livery change through for this race. So all the cars are forming up. It's going to take us a little while to go through the safety car procedure. Do you want to talk us through that procedure whilst it's ongoing, Josh?
Myself, I created a cheat sheet for myself as well as I did for everyone else. We keep changing the protocols, unfortunately, but basically the safety car comes out. They will catch the LMDH leader as the safety car passes the crashed car. They are permitted to tow. They're fulfilling the no escape rule, and once they do that, the safety car will go around an entire lap, giving everyone a chance to pit. After that, Once everyone rejoins, all cars in front of the lead LMDH car will be allowed to get their lap back and pass on the right hand side of the pack. And I don't believe we are actually grouping any more of the trains together. That's it for the wave rounds, I believe. So unless my memory mistakes me, but there's a lot going on up there. So unfortunately, Liam, sorry.
No, that's all good, all good. And so what we'll do is we are coming towards the end of the first stream. What we'll do is we'll stay on for a few laps once the cars get underway. I think that'll probably take us a little bit over our hour. But if you're happy to do that, Josh, we'll just show the restart on the safety car because that's generally a bit of fun. And then we'll end the first part of the stream, and we'll come back later on. So these are the orders as things stand. Of course, all the gaps are now meaningless. So we've got Summit Sim Sports ahead of DBM Cross Beyond Blue. So I wonder if that car was caught out somehow in all of this, because Summit Sim Sports have taken the lead. Drop Bear in closely are in third, with Arleth Motorsport in fifth, then it's Whiskey Business Racing Blue, Majors Garage in sixth, Kingsman Racing in seventh, Fisher Motorsports in eighth, and Kiwi Tracks in ninth. Just seeing a replay here.
Oh, that's an unfortunate checkup.
Yeah, looks like hopefully not any damage there, at least no major damage. We're seeing a couple of cars taking this opportunity to get into the pit, so Majors Garage and Fisher Motorsports both jumping into pit lane.
It's an interesting one. So even though that may seem inconsequential, not too much damage handed off, with the onset of rain, we're finding that the incident count limits, which were high at one point, are no longer very generous. So that 4 times could definitely come into play later on. Incredibly hard, as Greg mentioned. The rain in the GTPs. I watched some of the cleanest drivers ever, like a guy that I did the 12-hour with, and we 0x the Bathurst 12-hour. He and his team nearly had to serve a second drive-through on incident points in the Sebring 12-hour, and they're doing everything in their power to keep it on the track, albeit drive quick, but yeah, very, very difficult.
Yeah, so you're just seeing quite a few of the GT3 cars driving into the pit lane and taking the opportunity for a free stop. So Redline and Drop Bear both going in for a stop, and they've actually lost the lead that they had. So Drop Bear HRS are now in the lead, and they have done a pit stop. Risky Business Racing Yellow and Pacific Esports also jumping ahead of them. So I'm not sure quite how it's happened. I imagine they pitted on the earlier lap under the safety car.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. So some of the pit timings may have worked out, because these guys are also taking into account when they expect the weather to hit. So don't forget, if people are assuming that they've got enough fuel to make it to that time, there's no point in taking the extra fuel, fresh tyres, etc. You'd rather take the track position and just get yourself ready for the next stint.
Yeah. Just hearing the word that the race controller just double checking that they've performed the procedure correctly in terms of closing the pit lane to make sure that they don't punish anyone that's pit and do a closed pit.
Yeah, so the new protocol, basically I've written it so that it's trying to follow the keep it simple, stupid protocol, really, we'll call it. And the pit lane should just stay open. Unfortunately, this is Joe's first time running the race director role, and as much training as you can give someone under the heat of the moment, there may be some quirks. I'm sure they'll get it sorted though.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. And looks like Brock Kelly and is moving towards the front of the GT3 field. Yes, so they're just getting the order back correct. And then we'll get this show back on the road.
Given where this is all happening, I'm assuming they're going to do one more lap before they call the safety car in.
That's my thinking.
And we've decided to change the safety car to a non-front engine car, as given the difficult nature of driving front engine cars in the rain, we thought we'd give the biggest advantage to the safety car drivers, given they're going to be coming out on stone cold tyres, just the way that the iRacing safety car works. So we've moved to the Audi in the hopes that we can avoid needing any instant repairs for that car.
Yeah, it looks like just to clean up the result of that incident, I can see that Dylan Shepherd for Blackout OPR 43 is in the pit lane, has been for 6 minutes 10 seconds. Looks like he is sat in the pit lane, so I don't think at this point that he is retiring, but certainly with a heap of damage. Okay, so we're just waiting while race control, just to ensure that everything is correct. There should be, of course, with a new protocol, sometimes there's a few little kinks that need to be ironed out. So they're just in conversation with the drivers at the moment, trying to make sure that it's as fair as possible and everything is as close. And just hearing that we're going to go green this lap. And somebody asking how long until rain? A little while yet, I believe. I don't think it's imminent, but is there any chance we get a... There's no forecast we can get up, is there?
I don't believe I have the option to show that on screen very easily. iRacing does have a method, but it's not really friendly for stream, unfortunately. I'm sure they're working on ways of providing telemetry to third-party sources, which might make it a bit better, but unfortunately at the moment, not really.
Yeah, so I'm having a look at my screen, and it's saying that we're going to get rain about 12:30 p.m. in server time, is what I'm seeing at the moment. Of course, the forecast isn't actually entirely accurate, so take that with a pinch of salt. So that's in about 15 minutes time. That's what I'm getting, according to, if I'm reading that correctly. So you're not going to have to wait long to get your wish, mate. It is coming pretty darn soon. Now the safety car is pulling away, which means that Jackson Rihana for Somerset Sports Everest will lead the LMDH field, whilst Brock Kelly for Line Racing will lead the GT3 field. We'll see Connor Nixon, the club behind for Drop Bear Motorsport. Connor Nixon Was a driver for Million last time I saw him in a team event, so that's an interesting change. Got Brock Kelly leading the GT3s with Koenigs behind him. And now we're looking at Jackson Rahana for some Sim Sport Everest with Lockhart Brownlee for DBM Cross Beyond Blue behind him. And he's gone. He's already pulled away, and he's got a really good jump on DBM Cross Beyond Blue. Caught them napping a bit beyond Blue. They've got Drop Bear and Koski right behind them, however, and there's not much to choose between Drop Bear and Eilek either. And the two cars going side by side into the first corner. Not sure who's got out ahead, but Jackson Rahana's got a commanding lead at LMDHs, so that is Drop Bear and Koski, and they are battling with. This is telling me DBM Beyond Blue, but it's not DBM Beyond Blue that they're battling with, so apologies, I think my tiny screen needs a refresh. Two cars in the same livery there. So it must be it must be DBM must be Drop Bear, so it must be DBM Beyond Blue and Drop Bear and Koski. Less than half a second between the two of them, and then you got Eilek Motorsport in fourth, and the Whiskey Business Racing Blue now getting in on the fun. So really close throughout the entirety of the LMDH field. So that's a lapped runner getting left behind. That's what was confusing me. As we're watching Jackson Rahana, he's 2.5 seconds up. He's clear. You're not going to see him in any of the shots, such as the twisty circuit on much of Suzuka. And now, just because they're trying to get through that traffic, it looks like Lockhart Brownlee's been able to get a gap between him and Carl Raper in the other Drop Bear entry, so that gap is out to 1.2 seconds. Carl Raper's got Adam Funslow behind him, and then Aidan Lethwaite behind him. Aidan Lethwaite right on the back of the Eilek Motorsports entry in his Whiskey Business Racing Blue Machine. In the GT3s, it's still Brock Kelly, then Colin Nixon, then Daniel Yeaman and Caleb Heights and Stephen Banks, all really close on track at the moment. So that top five, very close. With Brock Kelly trying to build a gap out front. There you go, seeing cars side by side, almost going 3 wide as they approach 130. Oh, that is not going to end well. Someone's going to have to give. Who's it going to be? Who's going to come out ahead? And then they come back into a line now, and lights flashing on the entry to 130 out, getting very aggressive, and it's ended in tragedy. Oh, the car just trying to get out the way of the chicane and manages to get himself back off track. So that looks like that was Whiskey Business Racing Yellow certainly involved there, the blue and yellow car. And who else was it? Was it James Francone in Fendi Racing Blue Team? I can see they've also entered into pit lane.
Sorry guys.
I assume they were able to drive to pit lane and they haven't towed, so we haven't got a safety car. I'm just hearing that there's a car that's going to be removed from the race for communications violations. We've got pretty strict rules about what you can and cannot say over race control, over the radio, and there was something that race control certainly were unhappy with, and have decided that the games be booted from the server. Of course, we have to do that because we have to keep a safe environment for all races. And it's obviously very distracting when you've got people going off over the radio. So in general, the rule is you need to keep your comms very strict, very controlled. Race control, can you look at this please? To that line, you might be able to say pitting in just to let people know, or if you've got an issue, you might say I've got an issue, just to let the car behind you know that you're going to be driving a bit erratically. But nothing else. No commenting, no getting annoyed and spraying over the radio. Nothing like that is tolerated. So yes. So one of the cars involved in that incident coming foul of that role as we're watching a nice move down the inside into the chicane. That was very well done from Stephen Banks for Pacific Esports for E-Racing 35. according to the graphic, although the car livery doesn't match up with the car, so I'm hesitant to say for sure it's them. We're watching Philip Butler. He's in the Quantum Motorsports purple car. He's looking up the inside of Pacific Esports Racing 17. Decides better off it into turn 1. Stays really close behind turn 2. You can see the different body language of the car. Certainly seems to have more pace at the moment. It's Philip Butler, but can he find a way through? We'll have to wait and see.
Sorry guys, just going to try and do a refresher of the liveries for everyone. There seems to be some issues in the stream end.
So Philip Butler and Petar Pavlovich able to get through the lap traffic there. Or certainly slow car at the very least. Which was... And there it is. There's rain. I see rain on my screen. And that looks like that is quite heavy straight away. So those cars that didn't pit under the safety car, they definitely benefited if they've been able to run through to now. You can already see the spray coming off the back tyres of that Ferrari. The LMDH is there a bit further up in the racetrack. Some of them have already been able to dive into pit lane, but others have continued on for another lap. Rahana, Funzler, Left-Weight, I think they've got to pit lane to they've not reacted as quickly as Drop Bear and Koski and DBM Beyond Blue. So those two Drop Bear teams immediately decide they're going to get pit lane. They're not going to risk having an accident on the rain, expecting it to be heavy quite early on. We're now on board of Aiden Lifway for Whiskey Business Racing Blue. We heard from Greg Heaney beforehand discussing what the strategy might be. They said they would probably try and stay out a little bit before coming on onto the wet, so it'll be interesting to see what decision they make this time around. But that is some really heavy rain pretty much straight away. And the leaders of the GT3 class, they've also hopped into pits. Breadline Racing, Drop Bear Motorsport, Drop Bear HRS, Pacific Esports Racing, Quantum Motorsports, Aussie Racers, they are all in pit lane. It's certainly not universal, it's not everyone at the moment, but it is a healthy amount of the competition deciding to shop in pit lane. And look how clear it is there. Heading up to 130R, looking at the sky, you wouldn't be able to believe that there is rain on this track, but there certainly is, and this is going to be interesting. How much speed dare they take into 130R? Looks like Aiden taking it fairly cautiously there, didn't run all the way over to the outside curb. And of course those curbs are going to get really, really treacherous, really, really slippy very, very quickly. And yes, both of those LMDH cars, all three actually, that decided to stay out, they're coming into pits. But have they made time on those that pitted originally? So Drop Bear and Koski and DBM Cross Beyond Blue, they're the two teams you need to look at. They were the leaders of those that pitted immediately. Will they come out ahead of Lufway, Reston and Funza, or will they come up behind? He's watching Philip Butler still trying to get past Pavlovich and just not able to make it happen. Looks like he's got all the pace in the world, but just not able to find a clean overtaking opportunity, and still behind him at the moment. Now I'm going to have to see if I can find out what tyre compounds everybody is on. See who is on the wets and who is not. I don't have that information. Do we have that information on hand?
I'm just checking. I don't believe it's been implemented yet, so no, not on my end. I'm trying to bring it up, but it's just not working.
No, I believe all of the LMDHs have pitted, judging by the pit count. If there's anybody that hasn't, it'll be Alan Johnson in the Kingston Racing 310, because he's only pitted once, but I can't remember whether he pitted during the safety car or not, and he's off track, so if he didn't, he may have just had an accident. Been off track for a while. Certainly the leaders in the GT3s, Brock Kelly, Colin Nixon, Daniel Gaiman, Stephen Banks, they've all pitted. They've all got 2 pits to their names. So I believe most people have pitted for wets at this point in the race. And ILEC Motorsports and Risky Business Racing able to get the drop on the Drop Bears. So Drop Bear and Koski and DBM Beyond Blue, the losers there, just pitting a lap too early as we watch Philip Butler and Pierre Pavlovich, Dale Clow and Nick Carroll all dive into pits.
So it looks like the track wetness meter there on the on-screen indicator is already climbing visibly by the minute. So yeah, everyone definitely needs to come in if they haven't already, but we're going to have a wet session.
We certainly are going to have a wet session. It is with a wet session that we are going to have to leave you. We've already ran over by 20 minutes the original scheduled time we had for this stream. So we'll say a quick thank you to our sponsors. Thank you all for watching, and then we'll be heading off, but we'll be back later on. So these are the GSRC Club sponsors. We've got Legacy Racing, M-Wave Australia, Player One Sim Gear, Brayton Non-Alcoholic Cider, Waste Options, and Flash Graphics. Those are our GSRC Club sponsors for 2024. If you'd like to become a club sponsor, please contact any of the members of the committee and they will set you up. If you would like to specifically become a sponsor of the Endurance series, that's also something you can do. You'll get your name on all of the communication for the Endurance series. Please contact Josh Zawino or any other members of the committee, and that can be sorted as well. So with that done, thank you all very, very much for watching. Please feel free to continue watching the stream. The stream will stay up. There just won't be any commentary for the next few hours. So we'll come back with about an hour left of the race, which will be about 4 p.m. Might be a little bit earlier. Certainly won't be any later. Thank you very much for watching, and until we see you in a few hours, enjoy the racing. Hello everybody, we're back in commentary a little bit earlier than scheduled because we're both around, and why not give you a little bit extra commentary for your time with us today. Very, very different to when we left. Of course, we left just at the start of that massive rain shower that came down and caused absolute chaos. Stayed around and watched a little bit of it after we finished on the comms box, and fair to say, very, very heavy rain, and props to any drivers that managed to get through that without having at least a small off, because that was heavy, and I've been informed that's the medium setting, so I do not want to see what heavy looks like. I heard that it was undrivable at points, and yeah, but congratulations to everyone who's got through it and is still on the race. I can see we've still got a healthy-ish amount of cars running, although less than, I think a little bit less than we had earlier. So to catch you up on where we're standing now in the LMDH, we've got Summit Sim Sports Everest at the top. When we left, they were at the top and in a really big battle with DBM X Beyond Blue. So DBM X Beyond Blue coming off the worst of those two front-running cars and ending up a lap down. So there's only two LMDHs on the lead lap, Summit Sim Sports Everest and ILEC Motorsport. ILEC Motorsport 47.5 seconds behind Summit Sim Sports. So barring a big incident with Summit Sim Sports, they should have this one wrapped up in ILEC Motorsports. Looking very, very good for the podium. Very spread out the MDHs. I think they took the brunt of the damage in that rain shower, just being such difficult cars to drive. In the GT3s, we've got Drop Bear 1-2 with Drop Bear HRS being driven by Ethan Bass in the lead, and then Drop Bear Motorsport being driven by Connor Nixon in second. So Drop Bear Motorsport and Drop Bear HRS, they were in that sort of lead pack when we left, but I don't believe they were quite the top two cars. Instead, for much of the race, we had Breadline as the lead car, and they're currently in fifth, having pitted 8 times. Same amount as Drop Bear HRS and Drop Bear Motorsport, but compared to the 6 of Blackout OPR being driven by Connor Brody, or even the 5 being driven of the Pacific Esports Racing 17 being driven by Petar Pavlovich. So there's a few different strategies going on there. We're going to have to wait to see a little bit how they play out, because we're not at the crucial lap yet. We're not at about 5 minutes 15, maybe even 5 minutes 10, where you can get to the end of the race. Once you get into that sort of area, we're going to know that we're going to be seeing some of the final stops for fuel, and any pit stops will be just for tyres because of rain. And looking at the forecast, there is rain on the way before the end of this race. The forecast isn't always accurate, so we don't know for sure, but there is currently scheduled for rain at 4:15 p.m. server time, and it is just about to tick 4 p.m. server time. So in about 15 minutes, expect to see another rain shower. So if you're driving, you listen to this, you haven't been paying attention to the forecast, thinking we've had our big rainstorm, we're all settled now, it's going to be dry to the end. Sorry to burst your bubble. Time to get talking to your teammates, time to figure out what you're going to do when that rain shower hits. Important to note, it looks at the moment like it might be a short and sharp shower, with only on the forecast it's in 15-minute intervals on the screen, and literally only 4:15 precipitation 100%. So I reckon it's definitely going to rain at quarter past, half past, and at 4, 0%. So there's a thin band of rain coming, and it's going to be up to each team to figure out how they handle that event. Do you try and get through the rain on your dries? Do you pit for wets, knowing you're going to have to pit for dries again, most likely? Really difficult decisions coming up for our teams in this race. In terms of teams that have perhaps exceeded expectations based on their qualifying position, got to give props to Summit Sim Sports Everest and ILEC Motorsport. They're both up 7 positions from their qualifying spots, so they've qualified right at the back of the LMDH field, and now they're right at the front, so congratulations to them so far. In the GT3s, a few big movers. Dropped by HRS, they're up 6, qualifying 7th, currently in 1st, having a fantastic race. Pacific Esports Racing 17, they're up 8 from 12th to 4th. You've got Thomas Foster in Pacific Esports Racing 35, they're up 5 spots from 11th to 6th. Aussie Racers are up 6 spots. Summit Sim Sports K2, call these guys out, they were started from the back, they're currently up to 10th, so 17th to 10th. Remember at the start, in the first part of the broadcast, we said in the GT3s in particular, if you can just keep it on the road, you're going to get towards the top 10. We're seeing proof of that from Summit Sim Sports K2, who are just pitting now, so they are going to have to pit again before the end of this race. And that's your big movers and shakers. A bunch of cars that have gone heaps down, but they're generally people crashing out. The big names crashing out, of course, Manny Denge and Team PGZ. A very early retirement. They retired after the first collision of the race, pretty much. Blackout OPR 43 with Samuel Sproul. They made it a good deal longer, but they exited the race after a big shunt. And in the LMDH, Jason Chin from Fishing Motorsports, they're 2 laps down and they're off the back of the rest of the LMDH guys, and they're only down 2 spots though, so they didn't qualify very well, and then the rest not going to plan. Not that weekend, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger for the next race, and hopefully, can't see if they're still in the race. I believe they may be, and if they are, then that's good on them, and they'll take a lot of learning from this race, because if you can drive RAL around Suzuka, you can drive RAL around pretty much any track, because such is the technical challenge of this circuit. And after that, a little summary of where we're sat. We'll now look back at to what we've got on screen. So we've got Colin Nixon. He's 6.4 seconds behind Ethan Bass and dropped by a HRS entry. And lapping at what seems to be a pretty decent clock. So he's currently the second fastest guy on track based on the last 5 laps. Slower only than Connor Brody behind him, who's 3.9 seconds behind, and both of those are faster than Ethan Bass in at first. So that top 3 may well compress over the remaining hour and 5 minutes of this race, and we may well get a battle between the podium positions, but they are well clear of 4th place, so an extra minute to Petar Pavlovich. So unless there's some strategy shenanigans to play out, which there very well may be, I suspect we are looking at a podium between the 2 drop bear entries and Blackout OPR 48, but the order is far from confirmed at this point. At this point, we'll get my co-commentator and producer for today, his first time on the Pots and Pans in an endurance event, and I think only the 2nd or 3rd race he's done in total, doing a fantastic job, and also the organiser of the endurance series, Josh Zorino. Josh, are there any notable incidents you want to take us back in time to have a look at from the last few hours? Yeah, and that's the main thing we ask for. I mean, look, at the end of the day, most people in this server would be classed as amateur racing drivers. You know, if we and even then, you know, only in the virtual world, a lot of the drivers here will not have raced anything in real life. And of course, in real life, you wouldn't get access to a GT3 car without some level of competency and a level of experience. Even if you're rich, here comes the rain, even if you are rich, whereas in iRacing you can jump in it almost straight away. So what we're going to see some drivers that just can't quite control the vehicle as well as perhaps you might expect, and there's going to be a few instances. That's just the nature of running a sim racing event. You've got less feel because you're only feeling it through the steering wheel. You've got less experienced drivers that might be driving this in the real world. So all those things coalesce to mean that there's always going to be a few more incidents, just based on skill as much as anything else in these kind of servers, and it's actually generally goes a lot better than I think I would probably expect. I generally expect a little bit more chaos, and I'm always a little bit relieved when it's not quite as bad as I'm expecting. But that's just the way it is. But all we can ask is, you know, you don't do it intentionally. If you don't do it intentionally, then there's mistakes, and everybody makes mistakes, right? You can't punish people for mistakes. what you do is you punish people. Well, you can punish people for mistakes and wreck someone else's race, but you don't judge the person for a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. What you judge them for is intentions. So if you make a mistake, you take someone out, but we can see it's an accident, you're apologetic, that's fine. You'll get a penalty in race, but all good. If you take someone out deliberately, if you don't show respect to race control, if you show ill intent, that's when the ban hammer's going to come down, or you're going to get the nastier penalties, because that's what the kind of behaviour we really want to read out. Crashes are part of motorsport. Lots of people watch motorsport for the crashes. They love it. So we're never going to eliminate crashes, and it's sad when it ends your race is like your fault, but it's always going to happen.
Yeah. Sorry to butt in. Yes, I was. Thank you for that, Joe and Corey. As you led me in with first time on the pots and pans, Liam, and I forgot to press a button. So, yeah, doing well. But thank you, guys.
You are doing well. Everybody makes mistakes. Even Sam Chapman makes mistakes. Despite doing the endurance movie for a couple of the seasons, he definitely makes a fair few mistakes. As much as I love that guy. Hopefully, he's watching or gets to watch this on replay, if not live, because I know he enjoys the endurance series. What are we watching here? So we're on board with Joshua Thomas, and you can just see that rain starting to get really a lot heavier than it was before. You can see the spray starting to come out from the GT3s. I have to say the spray doesn't look quite as good from off-board as it does on-board. When you're behind a car and in the spray, it looks absolutely phenomenal. It's such a great experience, particularly if you're in VR. Oh, it's so good. But the spray from off-board looking a little bit less impressive, but I guarantee you, if you're that Aston Martin coloured car, the Aston Martin coloured Porsche, British Racing Green Porsche, shall we call it, then I can guarantee you their view is not great from the cockpit. We're getting a bit of a view of the cockpit, taking a different line for the hairpin. So you're going to see that more and more as the rain starts to come down, because what happens is the rain will sit on top of the racetrack, and you have the rubbered in line, which is the racing line, which is a line that you normally want to be on. And what's happened on that rubbered in line is you're getting this nice grippy rubber, which is great, but what it does is it effectively smooths the surface compared to the rest of the racetrack, which won't be rubbered in, which will be a lot more caught. And what that means is it's got a lot more little fissures for the water to go into. So if you think of the little fissures as being like tiny little cups for the water to go into, you've got more of those off the racing line than you do on the racing line. So what happens when it gets wet? On the racing line, those fissures fill more quickly, and then you get the surface water, which is a slippery bit. That's what makes it so slippery in the wet. Off the racing line, it takes longer for those fissures to fill up, and so generally it effectively feels less wet off the racing line than does on the racing line. So you don't want to be on the racing line in the wet, because generally there's less grip there. So the very same characteristics that make it so grippy in the dry, they make it less grippy in the wet. So in the wet, you see drivers experimenting with way more lines, because you're going to cross the racing line at some point, right? And you're going to be subjected to that relative lack of grip. And the racing line, you still, you're turning the wheel less, you're winding the corner, you're giving it the biggest radius you can. It's still theoretically the path that means you have to put on the least steering lock, which is also a bonus. So you're going to see drivers experiment trying to get that balance right of, right, where do I go? How can I open the corner, but also be on the grippy bits? And what's actually fastest now? Because it may be that it's better for me to turn with tighter corner, tighter radius, hug the inside, maybe only cross the racing line at this point, or maybe they'll go out wide and be like, right, if I go out wide, there's heaps of grip here, and I can actually maintain enough speed that the extra distance I'm having to travel counteracts the time I would gain from staying to the inside. So it's very, very tricky, and you're going to see the drivers that drive more on their instincts, they're going to do a lot better in these conditions, rather than the drivers that drive more by rote, by putting in the practice laps, figuring out their exact braking spots, and then struggle to adapt to different conditions. It's a broad blanket statement, but that's theoretically what you're about to see, and that's why people always rave about the junior drivers, the rookies, that it gets to a wet session and suddenly they jump up the order, because it shows that they've got that feel, that innate skill, and then they can drive off instinct and be really, really quick. And then that's why that's just so highly regarded. We watch James Van Ryn have a little bit of an off and then come back on to the track. I haven't seen many people diving into wets yet, which is interesting. Would you expect to see more people in the pit lane, Josh?
Yeah, so this is an interesting one because of the offset pit strategies. What I feel like we're going to see is more people trying to ride out this small rain shower. But it really looks like, as you can see the track wetness meter on the right hand side, it really looks like it is definitely getting to the point that the GTPs, like, there's no question, they would have come in already. That'll be on wets. But the GT3s, it's a weird kind of strategy, timing. You know, if they can make a little bit, they're going to have a much easier run to the finish line, not having to come in again. So is it worth the gamble? I don't know. Unfortunately, we don't have the capability to check the tyres to see who's come in. All we can do is check the last pitted lap. So we're currently on lap 133 for the GT3, so it looks like most of them have come in there.
And Brendon Racing just exiting the pits now, so they've given up, decided they need to get on the wets. It's also that risk-reward balance, and where is that better? Because if you're already in a good position, you know, let's say you're already above where you'd expect to be, you're going to come into the pits, right? Because you can say, it doesn't matter if I lose a position or two, but if I bin it, I'm going to hate myself, right? Whereas if you're further down, you need a Hail Mary to try and get to where you believe you should be, you're probably more likely to take the risk of staying out. I think that's the bigger risk at this point. And say, well, if I'm throwing the wall, I'm throwing the wall. I might get it.
Sorry, Liam. It's crazy how it factors. So you can risk coming in a lap later, and you might have enough heat in the tyres to get around, and you might save yourself 15 seconds. And I don't know about everyone else out there, but half of us racers spend an hour trying to get a 15-second gap on the guy behind. If you can do that in one lap, my gosh, it's worth rolling the dice sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's how much do you back yourself as well, because particularly with rain being so new to the server, to this, I imagine there's going to be bigger differences in pace than we will see eventually once it's, 6 months down the track, once it's more established and everyone's done a few races in the wet and sort of gotten to grips with it a little bit. Whereas compared to now, it's going to be so new to so many drivers. I imagine we're going to see really big differences in skill, which means those opportunities, if you can handle it being wetter before you come in, or even just handle driving in the wets even after you've come in, are going to make a huge difference to your finishing position. As we watch Kingsman Racing going for a little bit of a spin, that seems to be a really problematic corner in the wet. Now, we've already seen 3 or 4 cars going off there, so interesting that it's specifically that corner that's causing such an issue. So we're watching David Christensen, so he's in 5th place in this GT3 standings. Quite a gap to the car ahead.
And it's the risk of how much track do you use in the wet. We're dealing with a lot less aero corners and a lot more mechanical grip corners because your speed is so much lower in the wet. So it really does highlight a lot of drivers' deficits, as I have personally found. It's been really, really instrumental in giving me some things to work on. So yeah, it's a great update.
But damn, sorry, probably shouldn't use that word. When you nail it in the wet, it feels so good though. When you're just like going around other cars and you can see that they haven't got it yet and you've got it, it's such a good feeling. Or if you're on the wets and they're on the dries and you just come through and you feel so powerful. It's very intoxicating. It's really a lot of fun. When the rain first came out, I did a race. It was a GSRC race, I'm pretty sure. It must have been GRA6 at Watkins Glen. And some drivers hadn't figured out that you do not want to be on the racing line in turn 1 in the wet because it's so slippy. There's actually way more grip on the outside, so you were able to like go around the outside. Not turn 1, turn 2. You're able to go around the outside at turn 2 of the people that hadn't figured it out yet, which was kind of fantastic. But as we watch Ethan Bass going for a little spin. No big incidents yet, so everyone playing it, definitely being a bit more cautious when there's other cars around them. Lots of spins of people going around by themselves, but no one so far, touch wood, going into other cars as the track conditions for wetness now tick over to being moderately wet. That looks quite wet to me. Not sure what the weather monitor has taken for breakfast, but probably needs to change its diet.
And this is 10 minutes of a light rainstorm. So the guys were actually driving through half an hour of medium earlier on. So really looking forward to seeing the generated weather, and if we do get another endurance race with some more rain involved, how that's going to play out.
Yeah, definitely will be interesting to see. I imagine we'll see some teams as well start to learn that they have a specific driver who's very, very good in the wet, and then switching to that driver whenever it starts to rain. Wouldn't be surprised if that's a tactic we see once, again, all the teams and how they handle the weather as they've matured their strategies. I was watching Alex Schuyler for Iridium Sim Sports. He's in 7th place, only 2 seconds behind Pacific Esports Racing 35 entry, being driven by Stephen Banks. So he's got a target that he can see, and that's driven him to go take a NASCAR line through that corner. Let's call it a NASCAR line. Would be interesting to see NASCARs around this track, not gonna lie. Interesting to watch NASCAR around most tracks because they do things differently.
You'll have to get on to Trucker Joe, our president himself. He likes throwing you see weird combos. Arca around Bathurst, anyone? Yeah, no, that's high on Joe's list.
It's
fun.
Excellent. I think the one of my favourite weird ones I did was skip barbers around a super speedway. That was interesting because of the amount of slipstream. It was very, very difficult to stay in a train.
So I've been told, I have inside word that Mr. Thomas Martin is rolling the dice, and he is our sole racer still on dry tyres on slicks, so we might stay on board with him for a little bit. Oh, behind us.
Yeah, no, it's still there. Well, his lap times aren't brilliant currently. So last lap, fastest driver in the LMDH was Liam Reston in the Summit Sim Sports Everest entry, 2 minutes 3. ILEC 2 minutes 8. Majors 2 minutes 8. Jock Bear in Cozy 2 minutes 7. 2 minutes 6 to 7. 2 minutes 7. And then Thomas Martin 2 minutes 12. So yeah, it's depending how long that stop is. I believe the stop.
Just put that up on the right hand side.
25 seconds, so he would lose that time in not too many laps at this rate. 4 or 5 laps. But
pit lap times actually look to be a bit longer than that, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that, no, I'm looking at the wrong one for the wrong.
Yes, this has got pit times saying anywhere between sort of 22 as the shortest up to 31. There is a 41, but that's very much an outlier. Well, we do have to double that because of the other teams that are on the wets, they're going to have to come back in to get dries again. So you've got to double that. So let's call it 40 seconds, and then at that amount, if this rain does stop and that difference in lap time starts to come down, it may just work out for him. But there's also the increased element of danger, isn't there? The increased risk of going off. So we'll see how this strategy develops.
You're kind of banking on a safety car as well at this point,
yeah. And
you don't want to be the guy bringing it out. So, I love the roll of the dice.
Doing a fantastic job as well, considering the chaos we saw with the LMDHs at the start of the medium range shower. We know how difficult this is, and he's doing a very good job keeping it on the straight and narrow. As we watch Tom Williams just getting it back on the track. Nice. That was a great shot. Looked like he just was catching up to the car ahead, perhaps got a little bit distracted and just went off. So watch Tyson Broad go for a... Yeah. So interesting, so Drop Bear Motorsports have had a driver change. So Tyson Broad in the car now, was Carl Nixon before, and they're chasing Ethan Bass in the Drop Bear HIS entry, only 9 seconds between them. But Nick Carroll now in the Blackout OPR 48 car and seems to be much further back according to my screen. So that battle we're looking at for third really is a battle between the top two now, third place having massively dropped behind. So this is giving you a better indication of what the spray is like. Now you can imagine, you know, he's behind the one car, the one GT3. Spray is manageable there, but you can imagine if there was 2 or 3 cars and they're going a bit faster, you can quickly see how much your visibility is impacted when you are at the back of a trail of cars in the wet, and why being out front is so valued during a wet race, so that you can get that clear view at the cost of being the first one to test the conditions every time, essentially, because the cars behind you can react to what happened to your car. You become the brave, intrepid explorer, but at the cost of brave, intrepid explorer that can, yeah, see where they're going, but doesn't know the conditions as well as everybody else, who can look at what you've done and adjust.
Hey, right, I nearly don't believe he's on dries. He's doing a phenomenal job if he is.
Ooh. Yeah, he's doing a very, very good job.
Just bring up everyone's last lap time so we can
2 minutes
have a bit of a
6.
compare.
Thomas Martin.
Yeah, so he's Liam in the lead GTP is absolutely gapping, isn't he? As is P7, Sam Sutton. Very much attuned to these wet weather conditions already by the looks of it.
Yeah, huge differences in lap times. To be fair, in the LMDH we have seen, or GTP, whatever we want to call it, we have seen that there is a large difference in pace than the GT3. So I think it's also because there's less cars in the grid, so it's just a less gradual change in pace as you go down the pack. But we did see differences over a second between lap times between many of the cars. And that's an LMDH that's just gone off. Yes, we might see replay this. This is Brock Kelly for Redline Racing going for a spin at 130R. Deciding he's not seen enough Beyblade recently. He's going to roll his own Beyblade. Here's Aiden Liftweight, the Whiskey Business Racing Blue. Gets it wrong. Tries to catch a slide, spits the car the other way. Thankfully that ground was there under the old iRacing gravel and grass model. He definitely would have been in the wall and probably facing a lengthy stint in pit lane. Let's go back to Liam Reston, who's absolutely slaughtering the field in the GTP right now.
Looking at the timing, that is P2 in front of him. That's phenomenal work. He's just lapped the P2 runner.
It's going to take something drastic stop from him here. The rain hasn't done it so far. I think they're going to need something a bit more drastic to stop Summit Sim Sports Everest from taking a commanding lead in the championship and gaining a heap of points over DBM beyond the DBM Beyond Blue car.
Great to see the Green Summit boys back in action as well. Had a bit of a hiatus. I think Gus and Simo were the last two kind of runners. But yeah, no, great presence of late. We've even seen a bit of Jackson Rihanna around the traps. So great to see the old faces back.
Yeah, it's always nice when we see the the racing teams that just really come out and support the GSRC across, you know, multiple days and multiple championships, and they sometimes bring with them like 10 different drivers that all start competing and really start filling out some of our races, because we have a really healthy membership base, but it's good to get lots of active drivers at once. So it's always appreciated when racing teams do start to show their presence at the club. So watching Sam Sutton now, so I think this is a car that I'd be really disappointed with where they are right now. They had tremendous pace at the start, were running in the top 2 for pretty safely at the beginning of the race, and evidently had a few incidents. Races started going to plan, and they've really lost out on an opportunity to try and take the lead of this championship and make things harder for Summit Sim Sports Everest. But instead, you know, barring something major, they're going to leave this race probably not even in second place in the championship, and really on the back foot with only 4 rounds remaining to try and get back ahead of Summit Sim Sport Everest. We're watching Chris Henn for I Like Motorsport at the hairpin, taking it beautifully.
Burns out. Just wants to show us a replay of Chris.
Just like waiting for the spin. I was like, oh, okay, oh, it's wet, so I'll get a run entry. No, I'll put to a trial on the exit. No, that looks just really nice.
Fantastic job. SDK just wanted to let everyone know how well they're racing.
Yeah. Good old STK. It's like, you know what? I always have to show the crashes. I want to show the people just driving around nice and cleanly by themselves for once. Is that too much to ask? Well, yes it is, STK. Yes it is. Show us battle packs. Show us chaos. Such is your role. So this is Joshua Thomas. So he's tucked up behind Aiden Leftway, and this is a live battle on track between these 3 cars. So you got Sam Sutton in the DBMX Beyond Blue at the back of this pack, and then it's Kingsman's Racing 310 there, the red car in the middle, and at the front the blue and yellow car, that is Whiskey Business Racing Blue, being driven by Aiden Leftway. All of these cars are a mile away from the next part of the road, but this is a very live battle position, and this could help redeem DBM Beyond Blue if they are able to get ahead, although driving off track like that is not going to help in the wet, because this would chuck them up from 7th to 5th, and 5th out of 9 cars, you're saying that's looking a lot more respectable than 7th for a car that should be running towards the front. It's going to be difficult for them though, because these 2 cars are having their own battle, Joshua Thomas and Aiden Leftway. It looks like the Kingsman Racing entry's got a bit more pace at the moment, certainly more confidence, as the 2 of them approach GT3s, and they're both blocked coming through the chicane. Nothing either of them can do to get around, but it's going to be crucial that if Aiden is able to get through, that Joshua follows him through. So there's going to be a temptation here to be a little bit reckless if things come to it. Hopefully it doesn't. It's going to pick the correct spray. That's 1 GT3 car out of the way. That's the 2nd out of the way on the entrance to turn 1. Yep. Oh.
I was about to point out as we come through 2 into the S's, that looks like clear skies ahead, so this might be the end of our little rain shower. The perils of spray there is what we just witnessed, wasn't it?
You just stole the words right out of my mouth. That is the problem with being in the spray for so long. You cannot see your braking mark, and you can see, like, live aboard, we had no idea where that first corner was until all of a sudden it pulls out the spray. You see Aiden Leftway, and he's already pulled the car up a heap, and you think, oh no, looked like we're heading to see the accident. I think it's pretty quick work from Joshua Thomas actually to ensure that he didn't just pile straight into his rival, managed to come across in front of him in the end, just go onto the grass and only hurt his own race. But what that has done is let Sam Sutton for Drop Bear Beyond Blue to get past, and now he's behind Aiden Leftway, and he'll be the one popping out of the spraying, hoping that he doesn't turn Aiden into a torpedo. Although I guess in that scenario, Sam would be the torpedo and Aiden would be the mush created at the end of the torpedo. you can see his temp. He's like, gonna get in the inside. Can I get on the inside? No, nothing happening there. It's gonna have to tuck behind.
Inside into 130R. That's the call.
That's brave. I wonder if he'll get ahead before 130R. Yes, he's ahead before 130R and Aiden tucks behind him. Nope, got that wrong. Samsung's still behind. So not getting the update done into 130R. Very narrow line from Aiden left way on the entrance. Very, very defensive. Needs to get a good run out of here to try and defend the first corner. Both cars with their back end squiggling around, but Aiden looked like his car was just a little bit more unsettled than Sam Sutton behind him. Sam Sutton now going to attempt around the outside of turn 1. No, it's too far back. He's going to brake earlier, going to try and get up the inside, I imagine, into turn 2. No, not quite. Aiden carrying too much speed and placing the car nicely in there, so no way around for Sam. You can see Sutton, you can see the confidence because he's all over the road, trying to find different lines, trying to find a way that he can get through, instead of just tucking behind him and following the car ahead.
Given we've actually got really low track temps, air temps, and the wind isn't actually that strong, what we might see is guys actually getting to run these wets out for the full duration of their life. So we might only see these guys coming in the last 20 minutes of the race. You know, another 15 minutes isn't unreasonable here.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. It all depends how quick this track dries out now that the rain appears to have stopped, and we're already seeing a little bit of a dry line in places, a drier line, certainly. Just want to call out while we're watching this. GT3 battle at the lead is going off. I think we need to cut to that. Tyson Broad just got past Ethan. Oh, and he's off track behind him. So that's Ethan in the yellow and black car going off track. Is there contact here? No, he just gets him wrong by himself. So Tyson Broad has caught up a heap of time in the last few laps to get right behind Ethan Bass. And Ethan Bass probably conscious that he's in the lead and doesn't want to lose it to Tyson because Tyson's showing he's got more pace. Just trying to carry too much speed, going off the track and letting Tyson through. So now it's crucial for Tyson to build up as much of a lead as possible to open up the strategy opportunities for Drop By Motorsport. The worst thing that can happen for them now is to lose to their stablemates because of getting the strategy wrong from here on in, and that being the difference between the two teams. But the two of them looking very safe out front, over a minute ahead of Nick Carroll for Blackout OPR 48.
I will say, before you got on, we watched Connor doing the stint, and he was trailing within half a second of the 98 car for the whole stint. Very respectful, didn't push him, you know, and that's just a testament to Tyson getting in the car and doing the same thing, and Ethan making a mistake, and his positions are exchanged. Very, very clean driving. They made sure there was no contact. That's as teamly as it comes.
Yeah, really good driving from both of those, and you can see that they've evidently just ran the race cleaner than everybody else because of that gap that they've got to third. Yeah, that gap could be outright pace. It's hard to tell what the respective paces were when we're looking at it in the wet, because we can't really look at these lap times and know how fast they've driven and whether they just did that through pure pace. But I suspect there's an element of just keeping it clean in there, and being the only two drivers to have done so. That 1 minute gap, I'd expect more cars to be in that sort of area had they also had clean races. Only 3 cars on the lead lap in the GT3s, and that is Drop By Motorsport, Drop By HRS, and Blackout OPR 48. Everyone else at least a lap down, and half the field almost down 2 laps away out of the race. I was watching Aiden Lufway get past what I believe is Brock Kelly, the Breadline Racing entry. So Sam Sutton's got past Aiden Lufway while we're watching the other battle. So that was the live battle we were watching, and that's Joshua Thomas. Is it take over for a spin? Yes, it is. Joshua Thomas looking to get back past Aiden Lufway and not getting it right, going for a spin, and Aiden maintains P6 for now. Sam Sutton up to P5, and Joshua Thomas, who was at the back of that pack, had a little bit of a mistake, has caught back up. Now they're having another mistake and dropping down again. And Joshua Thomas bails into the pits. Interesting to see what he does here. What tyres do you put on? Be very brave to put on the dries. Oh, it was Joshua the... No, it was Thomas that was on the slicks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Thomas Martin.
Don't know if we can tell from that shot, but with the dries...
No! Just missed it, I believe.
Damn you for not being an open wheeler.
As we can see, I think that track witness meter is already starting to drop, so...
Surely it's dries. Surely. Because if it's wet, you're committing to being on wet until the end of the race.
Yeah, I don't know. And I know for a fact there's been a lot of testing done, and you can run wets into the dries. Whether that's something to be patched, I should specify so. You can run the wet tyres in dry conditions for quite a long time before you destroy them. So it could be a potential strategy for anyone that's actually done their research.
Or listen to the stream.
Or listen to the stream,
yeah. Not much evidence from the car's behaviour around this lap. So if it is dries, then if anything, this lap is proving that to be not a bad idea. Back end go for a spin. I was about to say the back end looking a bit unstable there, and then you spun it. So
that's wets we can see there.
Yes.
And I will say the GTPs on a track like this, you wouldn't see them navigate a single corner coming out of the pits. So iRacing doesn't implement any kind of heated tyre put fresh on its car, so the tyres that go on are cold, and if Sebring practice for me is anything to go by, navigating a single corner on slicks in these conditions is incredibly treacherous. That's not to say it can't be done with already heated tyres, so running through a light shower is definitely possible, but actually getting the heat into those tyres to provide the grip that you need to get around the corner is another story entirely.
Huge snap there as he tried to get on the brakes. It looked like he was right on the limit of braking traction. He managed to pull it together and get around the first two corners, but I thought that was going to be heading straight towards the barrier for a moment then. And Matt Smitke chiming in saying, I think the transition time is about 2:11 or 2:12 for the GT3s, and they're currently not near that time. We've got a few seconds to find before that. The time certainly about 10 seconds for most of the pack, but if you're Tyson Broad, more like 5. Such is the difference in his pace to everybody else's. Absolutely destroying them all is Tyson right now. He's already pulled 11.3 seconds on Ethan Bass in the other drop bear entry. His last lap was over 2 seconds faster. So yeah, I think what we're seeing for Joshua Thomas is what you mentioned. Even on the wets, is that a phenomenon you found that you still had to struggle to get them warm? Because certainly struggled to get the power down on these tyres.
Yeah, coming out, it's not so bad. So what I'm noticing is quite a lot of drivers aren't changing their lines up, and as you explained before, if you don't drive off the racing line for the predominant of your direction change and or loading the tyres up essentially, you're going to be sliding around, and even though you're sliding and rolling that tyre, you're not getting heat into it efficiently as it would be to drive it at pace off the line. So I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct with that assessment. It's such an art form, and it's such an art form driving in the wet. So not many live battles on track right now. There is a battle for 9th spot in the GT3s, and that's just ended with Greg Spencer going off track. Let's have a look at what happened here. So this is Greg Spencer, behind him John Simpson. Just getting it wrong with the high-speed change of direction there. Car not liking it, back end giving up, and does well to get out of the wall. Tom Foster saying 2:15 on GT3, then you're better off on slicks where you'll do 2:13. So Tyson Broad right on that cusp of wanting to come in for dries. As you watch Sam Sonnen just carry a bit too much speed. Does it clever though, doesn't try and force the car in when it's not ready to turn to that amount, just lets it roll off onto the gravel, keeps it all relatively under control and minimises the risk of turning what is a couple of second loss into a 10, 20, 30 second loss should he spin the car around. And Greg Spencer continues on his merry way. So he's now coming into position with Dale Clark behind him for the Tech One Shop EIT Solutions car. Nice to see Tech One out there. I used to see more than one car from them in the Endurance series, so hopefully they'll run another car or two a bit later on in the championship, but just the one entry from them this round, and going okay, currently 11th space, one spot down from where they qualified, so just qualifying in the top 10. I imagine top 10 will be their aim, so if they can get through Greg Spencer, they will achieve that goal of a top 10 finish. But that's going to be easier said than done, seeing there was quite a gap between them and Greg before the spin.
Hello, Mr. Connor.
Connor driving for Drop Bear Motorsport in this race, they're currently leading, so a very happy Connor Nixon in the chat, I imagine. We're just going to stay with Greg Spencer for a little while and see how he recovers. So already looking more comfortable ahead of Dale Clark. That gap was down at 3/4 of a second. At one point, it's currently up around 1.4. So see if he's able to extend that throughout this lap and just get himself back under control and solidify his position in the top 10. As Tom Williams and Samuel Sproul both in the pits. Is Samuel
no, Samuel Sproul's not running any longer, I believe.
I don't know why it's suddenly come up with him being in the pits, but Tom Williams is in the pit lane. Maybe he's just hopped back into watch or something. Anyway, Tom Williams in pit lane, so that'll be due to damage because it's a really long pit time, 7 minutes 53 seconds. So it looks like they are retiring from this race.
The 35 looks to be still running.
Yep, that's Stephen Pacific Esports Racing 35, currently in 7th position. 9.7 seconds behind Iridium Sim Sports 268 and 40.5 ahead of Brendon Racing. Brendon Racing, very quick driver behind the wheel in the form of Brock Kelly. Certainly out of position, but at 40 seconds they'll struggle to wheel that in over the remainder of this race. 23 minutes to go, which is going to correspond to about, what, 9-10 laps. Probably 10 laps for the GT3s. Joshua Thomas now pitting for Kingsman, which is interesting because we saw him pit not long ago. We mentioned whether he's on the wets or the dry tyres, starting to come into the pits again. So this might be for dries. He's back out on track. Watching David Christensen just have a look. Good examination of the exit road there. And this is Chris Henn for I Like Motorsport. Testing the gravel. Gravel works. Right, I'll come back on the track now. Just wanted to be sure.
Good momentum as well. Very hard to rejoin as well. That's another thing with the update. They've made it very difficult in the wet to rejoin on gravel. So you're just spinning your tyres and not going anywhere. So it's an art form.
Yeah, handled that very, very well. So this is David Christensen. He's got Alex Schuler ahead of him on track by just over 1 second. So this is a new battle forming. after that little mistake for David Christensen, he lost 5th place and is now trying to get it back from Alex Schuler. So even though we're saying there's not that many live battles on track, they keep reforming as people go for little spins, and all of a sudden drivers that were 10, 20 seconds ahead, away from each other, find themselves side by side on track. And there's another battle further down, so Dale Clough able to catch back up to Greg Spencer, and is half a second behind him now.
Just to touch base on the transition times as well, we're looking at a approximately 17 to 19 second difference still with the GTP class, and we're looking at, I'd say, median 16 to 18 seconds for the GT3. So I think we're still a ways off and people come in for slicks.
Unless they're very, very brave or very, very stupid. Oof, that's a big moment there for Alex Schuler. That's going to put David Christensen right on his tail, I imagine. Just going deep for the S's, almost losing the back end as he tries to get on the power. Yeah, David Christensen now within 1 second. Be interested to find out what the relative strengths are of the different cars in the wet, whether particularly cars with the engines in a different location handle fundamentally differently in the wet, and with one configuration being stronger than the other. Let's watch Thomas Martin going for a spin. And now we're looking at James Francone. Yeah, also not quite getting it right.
Very difficult conditions. So from what I've found and what I've seen, I would lead into the fact that I think it's going to be a 4-car race, 3 to 4 car race next season for the GSRC, given that we are going to be running weather. The mid-rear configuration is just so much stronger in the wet than the front rear from what we've seen. It comes back to the age old, you don't want a race car to be planted, so with the front engine cars, they tend to just push more, which is accentuated in the wet, which means you have to slow the car down a lot more to navigate corners.
Yeah, so that'll rule the Merc out of being in contention, where rain is known to be a dominant factor. I'd say the top 7 teams in the GT3 are going to be very, very happy. All of them of a significant number of places, except for Dropbound Motorsport, who started first and has finished first. You got first place is up 0 places, 5th place is up, 2nd place is up 5 places, 3rd place is up 2, 4th place, Pacific Esports Racing 17, they're up 8 places. Iridium Sim Sports in 5th are up 4, Aussie Racers are up 7, Pacific Esports Racing 35 are up 4. Then you got the odd one out, Brock Kelly, Redline Racing down 6, and you got John Simpson, Summit Sim Sports K2 up 8, and Greg Spencer, Pinnacle Esports Racing up 4. So there's going to be some happy guys in that top 10. A lot of drivers benefiting from losing Team PGZ, Braddock out, IPR 43, and Whiskey Business Racing Yellow. But still driving really strong races nonetheless, and some really, really good performances from the GT3 field. In the LMDH, as we covered before, the top 2 teams will be very happy, but everyone else probably at best ambivalent towards their finishing position, if not downright sad. That's why we love the wet, doesn't it? There's no way we end up with this finishing order in either series without this rain shower. And it's a feature we're going to see throughout the rest of the season. The weather changing the dynamic of races, and we're going to see that the drivers that can keep it clean in the wet really are going to be rewarded over the coming few races. So we've just over 16 minutes to go. What's going to be the next challenge we're going to throw these drivers? Where are they at next?
So was that at me, Liam? Yeah, just surviving. I think it's really going to be hit or miss. I don't think we've got any teams that are off strategy fuel-wise. I think everyone can make it to the end from their last stops pretty comfortably. Yeah, it'll just be keeping these tyres alive for the last 17 minutes out of this race.
And what we don't know is who's got a pit, who's good for fuel. We think that, well, I think there's going to be a few drivers having to pit for fuel before, potentially before the end of this one. So in the LMDH, as we watch Liam Reston go for a spin, thankfully he's got a massive buffer coming overlap the car behind, so he can afford to do that. But yeah, we've got Sam Sutton, Carl Rapper and Gary Batten for Majors Garage, Drop Bear and DBM Beyond Blue, all pitting on lap 142, which is 24 laps ago, which corresponds to about 48 minutes of racing at this point. So they've got to be running very, very low on fuel, I imagine. So I think everybody except Whiskey Business Racing Blue's going to have to make a pit stop, aren't they? Unless they've used less fuel because of the rain.
Yeah, I mean, we have the potential to see how long the stints are. Typically, I know the GT3s are around about that hour. There you go. Confirmation that car 35 is good, so...
That's Suzuka Esports Racing 35, driven by Stephen McPherson.
P7, so they pitted on lap 130, which means that all the GT3s, maybe not Summit and Pinnacle. We'll see.
On Quantum Motorsports RWAA, might be struggling as well, pitting on lap 126.
Yes.
I might be wrong, but I think there's going to be some cars that are just going to make it, or may find themselves in a bit of fuel strife towards the end. And that's Tyson Broad going for a spin. So we've seen the leaders of both races go for a spin in the last couple of laps, which just highlights how treacherous those conditions are. And both will be happy that they've got massive, rather large leads. Interestingly, Drop by HRS, they ended up pitting on lap 149, which is why Drop by Motorsport have got such a big gap. But what they've just lost is potentially the pit stop gap. So if Tyson Broad does need to make another pit stop, that may bring Drop Bear HRS back into it, because they will be good to the end.
And crazy thoughts, did they put slicks on? I'd say not, but we can work it out.
Yeah, interesting. We'll keep an eye on their lap times and just see if there is a story that's going to develop there. Drop Bear Motorsport, they should be good to the end. Pit on lap 151, and so if Pacific Esports Racing 55 say they're good to the end, that means Drop Bear Motorsport should also be good to the end, assuming they've used a relatively even amount of fuel.
Another factor which we haven't really discussed is there have been a lot of drive-throughs on incident points here. The 32 incident point limit we've set for these 6-hour races, we're finding everyone's really struggling to keep under with these wet weather conditions. Yeah, it's treacherous, and I think people will get better. It'll be interesting to see if the iRacing Official Series actually increase the incident limits, because in terms of most 12 hours and even I believe a 24, it runs at 50 incident points. So half of that, and we're running seven extras. I mean, God, we're generous, aren't we? Yeah, see if people can rein it in a bit and stay under the incident point limit.
Yeah, so we're not going to get much wheel-to-wheel racing to the end of this race. As far as I can see, no live battles right now. The battle we've had since we've come back to broadcast has been sort of settled one way or the other, has entered a period of stasis with a gap of, you know, sort of 2 seconds. However, there's plenty of reason for those larger gaps to actually shuffle and shake around if drivers start getting penalties, if drivers do need to pit. So there's a few areas of interest in this race. Unlikely to see much wheel to wheel, but we might see some changes in position as strategies as safety play their part in the back end of this race. Greg Spencer, particularly Esports Racing, he's gone off track and is losing a heap of time. So what's happened here? On board with him now. Approaching 130R. Gets a rug into the wall.
That's
Heavy
a big
impact. Stuck. Stuck. Is he going to need a tow?
Doesn't look like he's moving yet either, so we won't see a safety car in the last 15 minutes of the endurance races, but we will be permitting tow shortly after to validate the no escape rule that we have.
Just want to validate. Do you just want to explain the no escape rule for those that aren't familiar with the term?
Of course. So basically, we are trying to emulate, simulate a real-life endurance race as much as possible, and safety cars are called for instances where the track conditions or there are things on the track that make it dangerous for the racers, spectators, etc. So in light of that, trying to emulate it, the cars that crash in iRacing typically can tow straight to the pits. So in our endurance race series, we are making them hold position until the safety car comes out, the train has safely passed them, then they're permitted to tow. So we call that the no escape rule in iRacing, and it's pretty common across most endurance leagues.
So what it does as well is it raises the punishment for getting it wrong in a spectacular fashion in a race where you do have fast repair, because you can't just pay the towing penalty, which can be steep. You know, we're talking, we'll take you out the running for the race, but can be sort of 40 seconds, and then immediately get your car repaired. Now, instead, you know, you have to wait. You potentially lapse for the safety car, to get approval, safety car to come out, safety car to come past you, and then tow. So even if you do have a fast repair, something that totals your car is something you're really going to feel.
So just taking note of the weather. So currently Japan, which is where we're at in Suzuka, quite a cold climate at this time of year. So the track temp is at 11 degrees. Even though the wind's pretty high, the sun's setting, there's not really any chance of this track drying out anytime soon. So that's why we're seeing, 40 minutes after this shower is finished, the conditions haven't actually dried up all that much, even though we have a consortium of high-powered cars running over it constantly.
And that's why we saw Connor Nixon commenting and saying that our team, Drop Bear Motorsport, we're going to be on wets to the end because they do not see it drying out, and that is definitely the right call. 5 minutes 52 on the clock. It's already far too late to come in for slicks and make up the time, and the track's not ready for it anyway, so certainly going to be wets to the end. So anyone that did take the risk of trying to stay on slicks, even if they stay on wet for just a bit longer, hoping they wouldn't need wets, and then eventually decided to abandon that gamble, it definitely wasn't going to pay off with the track being so cold. So everyone that went into wet straight away as soon as it felt like the track was at that point, definitely making the right call, because it just continued to get wetter and it's not going to dry up for the end of this race. There is a live battle. If we who are already on it. So this is Garen Batten from agesgarage.com Racing Setups. He's in 3rd place, and he's got Carl Rapper behind him for Drop Bear and Cozy. And the gap between the two of them is 1.5 seconds. It was just over 2 seconds not long ago. So this is a very, very close battle. Didn't see what caused these cars to suddenly close in, but this is now a live battle for podium position. There is also a live battle for 4th in the GT3s with Alex Schuler for Iridium Sim Sports looking to get past Pacific Esports Racing 17 to climb up to 4th. So we'll just watch this one for now because this one is a closer battle right now, but we will swap over to that battle for 3rd in the GTP if that gap starts to get below a second consistently, in the hope of bringing you at least one more overtake before the end of this stream. So I'm going to unashamedly cheer for whichever car is behind in the battle, and then as soon as they get past, I'll cheer for the car they just overtook. I've seen a couple of late pit stops for the GT3s with Greg Spencer from Pinnacle Esports helping into pit lane. That could be a penalty, or it could be fuel. So I'm watching from the retail of Robert Bradbury in Pacific Esports Racing 17. Oh, that's a big move. That's a late dive down the inside of the chicane. Is he going to get the move done? They go side by side. Does get the move done. Carries way more speed around the outside line. And then dives into the pits. I wonder if he's got a 1x for going off track. Because surely you don't go for that move if you know you're going to come into the pits for fuel.
I think we're witnessing one of those aforementioned drive-throughs potentially. That's unfortunate.
So let's cut back to the battle for the final podium position on the LMD HSN. And here we are. This is that battle. Garen Batten and Majors Garage ahead of Carl Rapper and Drop Bear and Cozy. Still, the visibility quite poor. Certainly better than it was earlier, but not ideal in these high-speed sections. Any difference in line? No, both sticking very much to the dry line there. We did see the outside work very, very well in that GT3 battle that immediately got broken up by a penalty. I believe that is a GT3 car pulling out of the pits, just judging by what I can see behind the spray. It certainly is. That'd be the Tech 1 entry. I had to guess from the colour. And both GTPs are getting past there without losing much time. 3.5 minutes to go, so there'll be 2 more laps. Maybe even one more. Might even be only one more lap. We'll see. We'll see. I suspect it'll be 2.
I would say definitely 2. Liam's only a quarter of the way through lap 1. His lap.
Yeah, so 2 laps remaining. So not many overtaking opportunities for Carl here. It's going to have to be very quick to take any opportunities that come his way. Very different lines through there. You saw Garrett letting the car immediately drift out wide and take that wider line after a fairly narrow entry. And then, yeah, okay. So we just missed we've missed an overtake for 2nd place in the GT3. Is Nick getting past Ethan? Ethan looking pretty safe for a long while there. So not quite sure what's happened there for those two cars to end up close to each other on track. But Ethan now 17 seconds behind Nick. So that's very interesting. So change in podium positions there. So that's put Blackout OPR 48 into 2nd place and Drop Out HRS relegated to 3rd. Thanks for pointing that out, Corey. Much appreciated.
Well, that's how that happens. So this is lap 154. So
Ethan Bass going for a spin. Oh, they're not able to get it back. No, this is. Oh, that feels so awful. We're trying to get back on the track, and you start to pull the power down, and then you go for another spin. Oh, at least it's still in the podium spots. This is David Christensen. He's trying to apply the pressure to Pacific Esports Racing 17's Robbie Bradbury in 4th place, with David Christian and Aussie Races in 5th currently, and they've got the GTP of Whiskey Race Business Racing Blue 80 and Loveweight coming past them, and does so cleanly. Battle for 3rd in the LMDH is still on as well. So there's a half second between the two of those cars, a half second between these two cars. And here comes, oh, slight touch there. Looked like he wanted to go down the inside, thought better off it, tucks back in behind, just gives him a tiny little nudge, but no harm, no foul there. Like very, very dangerous to give anyone any sort of contact in the wet. So David Christensen didn't know he was there before, he does now, and just in that battle for the final podium spot in the LMDHs, Carl has got past Garen, so Drop Bear and Cozy are in 3rd place with MajorsGarage.com in 4th. See if we can find that overtake for you. So it was a GT3 car not being able to get past. That's undone Garen there. And both Garen and Carl going through pit lane. What is that about? Possible they both hit the instant limit? Or both need to pit because it's gone 1 lap longer than they thought. They've both pitted for 4 seconds. I think they've had to do a bit of a splash and dash just to get to the end of the race. So some of the LMDH boys pushing it really close and just getting it wrong. It's not going to cost them... Oh, I don't think it's going to cost them any positions, but it's put Sam Sutton right on their tail. Yeah, now the battle for 3rd place is alive and well. Carl and Garen less than a second between the two of them. As we're watching a battle between 4th and 5th in the GT3 class right now. Going to see your replays. Is this Sam Sutton out of fuel? Oh no, pulling.
Yeah,
so
sorry, I think we've reached checkered, boys. I think we have reached checkered flag. Sorry, I'm not too sure what's going on with the timing there. So I know that the race director is trying to put in place a bit of a final tribute on the final corner post-race. So.
And that is David Christensen getting past Robbie Bradbury right towards the end of the lap, on the final lap of the race, to get 4th position for Aussie Racers. He'll go for the chicane. As long as it doesn't look up, he'll hold on to 4th. Robbie Bradbury is going to take... David Christensen's going to take 4th place ahead of Robbie Bradbury in 5th. So, with the checkered flag flying, apologies that we've slightly miscalculated that and missed that. Our top 3 for each class is Liam Reston, taking the victory for Summit Sim Sports Everest, Chris Henn, ILEC, 2nd for ILEC Motorsport, and Carl Rapper in 3rd place for Drop Pair and Cozy. Then in the GT3s, we've got Tyson Broad and Drop Bear Motorsport taking the victory. Nick Carroll and Blackout OPR coming home 2nd place, and Ethan Bass in a Drop by HRS in 3rd spot. And these are the complete...
Sorry, no, we'll get rid of that one. I don't know what it was.
So what we're getting, what you're seeing on your screen is all the drivers trying to form and make a group photo, and they're just trying to figure out the best place to take that photo. They thought it was going to be turn 1, but instead they moved it more towards the outside of turn 3 on the bitumen here. And a couple of drivers are out of fuel, and they're trying to organise getting a push. So you can see a push there in the back so that they can take part in the group photo. Lovely to see the teams having each other out there. Hopefully they can all get into the photo. They might have to pack in a little bit closer than they are right now. So whilst they're doing that, we will get up the final results for the race if we can.
See if this one works, mate.
So here we go.
No,
That's
I
the
don't
qualifying
believe.
results. Oh,
Yeah, sorry, I'm not too sure.
just having a bit of trouble getting the race results out for you.
Sorry, I'm not too sure how we do that. What I'll do is we'll try and get the actual championship standings up as soon as they're released by iRacing.
So just hang around and wait to see what drivers we get deciding to come and have a chat with us. Usually get 3 or 4 in the endurance broadcasts, and it's usually a fairly quick post-race show, probably around 15 minutes in length in general. A few drivers too busy doing donuts to come chat to us. I think they're making the right decision, honestly. Donuts definitely more entertaining than coming into the comms booth. And the tyres are going to appreciate that a little bit more on the damp surface than they would on a normally slick track. A couple of drivers asking how they get into the broadcast room. So I do think we will see a couple at some point.
So if everyone that wants to speak to us that can hear us waits in the green room, we can bring you in.
And the green room is under the race admin tab in the GSRC Endurance Discord, so you have to scroll quite far down to get to it. And then, yeah, expand the race admin tab, because I imagine quite a few drivers won't have that expanded. And you should be able to get to the green room, and we will pull you in. We'll just wait a little bit.
Alrighty.
Then no, here we go. We've got Joe Baldwin from race control hopping into the broadcast now, and we've got what looks to be the updated points standing. So just before we talk to Joe, I'll go through these updated standings. So Drop Motorsport, they take the lead of the GT3 championship ahead of Team PGZ, who slipped only to second. So despite not finishing the race and becoming the first retirement, this not hurt the championship battle too much. Obviously not ideal, but certainly a stain that they could bear to have and still be well in this championship hunt. Aussie Racers, they're into 3rd position after a strong 4th place finish here. Blackout OPR 48 finished 2nd in this race. They're up to 4th in the championship. Drop Bear HRS in 5th. They'll be ruining, dropping down to 3rd right at the end there, because otherwise they would have been in at least 4th position, possibly even 3rd in the championship, looking at how close some of those point standings are. Breadline slipped to 7th after a relatively disappointing finish in 8th there. In the LMDH/GTP championship, we've got Summit Simsports Everest taking a commanding lead over DBM Beyond Blue. DBM Beyond Blue retain 2nd spot despite finishing in 5th, so they actually managed to get recover a couple of extra places from where we talk about them languishing in 7th to finish a more respectable 5th place. I think that's rescued 2nd place for them. Majorsgarage.com leap into 3rd with the other Majorsgarage.com iRacing setups team behind them on even points, so to say. Can't quite make it out. I think they're both on 25. Ilek are in 5th place on 23, and then Kibby Tractics Racing are on 21. So very, very close battle there for the final spot on the podium. They're in the top 3, but Summit Sim Sports and DBM Beyond Blue making a bit of a break for it at the top of the championship. And a few drivers have now managed to make their way into the broadcast rooms. We've got Jackson R, Mackenzie Stewart, and Tyson Broad. Trucker Joe, you did hop in before the drivers, so I'll let you say a few words before we get into the interviews. How was it in race control?
Look, it's sort of made easy, but very difficult. Like we're doing the RC and race director role at the same time, and I tripped up just a little bit early on by unlopping cars, which shouldn't have happened. But at the end of the day, we won't do it again going forwards. But being the first rain race and trying to, you want to keep guys engaged. If they go down too many laps, it's probably for this race, it's probably something that's it's happened. Everybody got onto equal footing, and it's just but it won't happen again from now on. If you go down a lap, you'll have to fight your way back. But look, I just want to put out a big congratulations to all the drivers, especially Josh as well, for all the work he's done, trying to do what we can to commemorate the loss of Brendon Van Ryn. So first off, I just want to say goodbye, Brendon, and we're going to miss him within the club, and just hope that his family and whatnot can find some peace going forwards at this tragic time. It's a little bit lost for words. I don't really know what to say. I guess it's never had to deal with this sort of thing within the club before, but thoughts are certainly with his family.
Yeah, well said, Joe. Obviously, the GSRC shares their condolences with the family, and if anybody is struggling at what will be a difficult time for anyone that knew Brendon, please do get in touch, and if not with us, then with some of the fantastic services that are available, such as Beyond Blue, Lifeline. They are very, very good at what they do, and so if you do need someone to talk to at this time, please do engage those services.
Definitely.
With that said, we'll move on to some of the drivers that drove in on Brendon Van Ryn today. And of course, the most honour you can give someone is to go out and win the race. So we'll first hop over to Tyson Broad, who is a driver for Dropbound Motorsport, who absolutely bossed the GT3 race today. Tyson, congratulations. How was it out there?
It was very interesting. Probably the first rain-affected endurance race I've done on the sim. So obviously just trying to know when the rain is going to arrive, and the intensity of it is certainly one factor. But we made the right calls at the right time, and that obviously helped us to get the W today.
Yeah, you certainly did, and a fairly comfortable W in the end after you got past Drop Bear HRS when they made a mistake. You sort of never looked backwards. Was that the point at which you knew the win was looking good, or was there a point earlier in the race where you sort of knew you were really going to be in this and you sort of would have backed yourself to win it from there?
I think it was one of the safety car restarts when me and Ethan, we peeled into the pits to change from wet to dries, and no one else followed us. And then just on the outlap, we gained about 5 seconds on the rest of the pack, and so then I knew we were in a good spot, and we just had to manage from then on to get the W. But getting past Ethan there, I thought initially I'd hit him, and that's why I slowed up to wait on him, but he reassured me that I didn't hit him and that he lost it on his own, so that enabled me to go on and create a gap that enabled me and Connor to take the win today.
Yeah, and Connor's just joined us in the commentary booth, and I know usually we do these things in order of who arrives first, but given we're talking to his teammate right now, probably worthwhile getting the views of Connor while we're here. Connor, Connor, or did you share that sentiment about when you felt confident was after that safety car and seeing that you got a tyre gamble correct? Was that the turning point for the race?
Oh, I think the turning point of the race was me turning up at 9:30 in the morning with 3 hours of sleep. Tyson did a great job, and when we had that tyre, situation where we gained just so much time, it was kind of it was like we're locked in. Then it was pretty much like wait for the rain and see what happens with Ethan and Tice, and I was just the co-driver today, and Tice did all the work, did all their heavy lifting really. So it was good to just sit back and watch, listen, and enjoy really, and get a bunch of off tracks as well, make his life hard. So that was good fun.
How did you find the off-track limit? Because that's a bit of a talking point in the commentary, with Josh pointing out that the limits all of a sudden seem very, very low once it's a wet race. Do you agree with that? You're conscious of?
No, I just need to stop wobbling and, put the brake bias more forward. It's okay. Like, I don't think it needs to be extended. I'd probably go maybe 2 more and that'd be about it for me. But, I don't know. It's not too bad. It could definitely be worse. I mean, for a 6-hour race and 2 drivers, like, I got 18 and Tice got 12 or something at one point. If you're getting more than that, I think you're doing something wrong almost. But it's all right.
Yeah, well, congratulations to the 2 of you on your victory. Enjoy your celebrations tonight, however you do choose to celebrate. And I guess we'll see you both at the next round I know this. It's at
Laguna.
Laguna, thank you. I was like, what? In my head, I was like, it's the track with the corkscrew. The track with the corkscrew. I couldn't for the life of me think what the name was. Yes, at Laguna Seca. Is that something you're looking forward to?
It's certainly going to be interesting. Haven't driven that track much, especially with GTPs or GT3s. So it is going to be interesting. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
It should be fun.
Certainly if there's any weather affected. I can't imagine that's an easy track in the wet. So we'll see what happens there. It should be a good race nonetheless, and hopefully we'll get even a few extra cars than what we had today. I mean, fairly healthy field with 17 cars in the GT3s. Hopefully we can get up to that magical 20 number and get what I always consider to be a full grid out there. So everybody get onto the guys that weren't around this week and get them involved. And congratulations again, Tyson and Connor. And we'll move on to talk to now Jackson. Jackson, how was your race?
Yeah, mate, good. Thanks for having us. Look, first and foremost, just wanted to extend deepest condolences to the man and family. All of this, pales in comparison to what they've endured in the last couple of days or so. So, look, from behalf of Summit Sim Sports and of course behalf of the club, we once again wanted to extend our deepest condolences. We're very, very honoured and very happy that we're able to, run Brendon, his initials and his race number on our car today, and just a small thing to remember. He was a very, very good guy amongst the club. But in terms of how the race went, couldn't have gone much better. The Liam and Kobe did a fantastic job. I got in and did what I could and what fit in with our strategy. And Liam was just a funny story. Like Liam, he joined the server this morning while we were practicing, and Kobe and I have done a little bit of testing in the wet. We asked Liam, Liam, have you done much wet practice? And he's like, absolutely none at all. And we were like, oh, okay, this will be interesting, because if anyone's driven a GTP car, especially the caddy in the wet, they know it's a tough cookie. But he ended up being actually a wet weather driver today. He was that good, and he's obviously his final stint and all these stints in the wet were absolutely paramount in winning the race. But also Kobe was awesome. He was very, very consistent, and that was me. He was just trying to keep up with those two. But it was an awesome race, and we're very happy that we were able to get one back over the Drop Bear boys after Watkins.
Yeah, and I think you do yourself a bit of a disservice there. You don't finish a lap ahead of the entire field without all three drivers nailing it. So don't dismiss your own contribution to that effort, even though yeah, Liam Reston certainly, I think, the driver of the day in the GTPs, just given his wet weather pace, it was absolutely incredible. Never looked like being touched by the rest of the field. Really, were there any moments where you thought the win was in jeopardy? Because you sort of were in a quite tight battle with DBM Beyond Blue at the start of the race, and they eventually had an incident and dropped back. From there on in, was it pretty plain sailing, or did you think it was at risk?
Oh look, utmost respect to the drop there, guys. Like, we always, you know, it's very, very close on pace in comparison to them guys. So, you know, when you're up against them, you have to do everything right. And yeah, look, the plan today, obviously we knew it was wet, so I guess a lot of the practice that we did was in the worst possible condition, because yeah, you know, you want to be prepared for that sort of thing, and we just wanted to keep our noses as clean as possible. And yeah, I think for all three of us, this was our first wet weather endurance race. So I think for a lot of the field as well, it was the case. So yeah, look, I'm just extremely stoked for the boys. Like, they deserve this result, and yeah, I'm very, very grateful, you know, I'm able to put a team like this together, because, you know, these guys, as you've seen, they're just absolutely rapid. Like, you put them in just about any endurance race, I think, in the country, and they'll definitely be up the front fighting. So yeah, no, it's very cool, and yeah, I think the result, you know, is a credit to the work they do and their ability as sim racers.
Yeah, I can't really add much more to that. I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head. Just a superb performance with a very, very, very fast group of drivers operating at the peak of their powers, and spending time practicing in the correct conditions. You correctly realised that, you know, the key, knowing it was going to be a wet race, would be the wet weather performance and keeping your nose clean, and it's paying off. Not many other teams were able to do that, and you know, good practice is smart practice, and you've really highlighted that there. So congratulations to you guys. Go off and go celebrate and have fun, and thank you for joining us in the Comms Box.
Thank you very much, Liam, and thank you again to the club for having us. We love racing it. We've I think some have been out of the sort of the game for probably a bit over a year now, but yeah, no, this is definitely an awesome experience and an awesome club and an awesome series to be able to get our feet wet again and get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, awesome. Really good to have you back, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks, guys.
And we'll cross now to Mackenzie Stewart, who was the last of the drivers to join us in the comms booth, but we've also got Matt Smitke, who is in race control, so we'll have a chat to him before we sign off for the day as well. Mackenzie, driving for Drop Bear and Cozy, who just managed to get third place in the LMDH, assuming my live timings are still correct. How was the race out there? You had a race that sort of ebbed and flowed, and yeah, managed to finish up on the podium.
Yeah, it was definitely a very up and down race for us as a team. Yeah, at the start of the race, we went quite well. I managed to get ahead of, I think it was the 71 at the start, and managed to control the race for a few laps. Had a couple of small errors at the start, and that allowed the other Drop Bear car and the 55 to get ahead, and I think at that point we were just ready to sort of just get into the motions of the race. But yeah, our race, apart from that off that we had in that first wet period, I think it went pretty smoothly. I can't appreciate more how Carl drove today. He drove exceptionally well in those treacherous conditions right at the end there. Yeah, just very, very stoked with the result. Very good result for the team as well, with the 1-3 in the GT class. Sam drove exceptionally well, and the other GTP to get back to where he finished, considering how many laps he was down after his off early on. I think he would have definitely won that if the circumstances had gone differently for him.
Yeah, so just that that one big moment for you guys as you describe it, and I think it's fair to say, fair to ask the question, did you know at the end of that opening state, you know, you said about how Suzuka, Everest and DBM Beyond Blue got past you and you sort of settled into the race. Did you know from then you didn't really have the pace to go with those guys and it was all about just trying to solidify that hold on the final step of the podium?
I mean, like you tried to keep the mind open. Obviously, with the rain, anything could have happened. So I think we were just aiming just to try and be in the best possible position to capitalise on any mistakes that could have happened. We were really wanting to consolidate where we were, and then obviously, as I said, be in the best position to gain anything from those front two that were just in another league today. I think for those two, it's definitely going to be a very close championship battle for the rest of the year. It'll be definitely be good to have a back seat for that, but obviously we're going to do our very best to get involved in that fight as the season goes on, and obviously as the races go on, we'll look to them continuously just make steps to improve.
Yeah, and there's another driver in there. Obviously, you want to get your own best position and get third in the championship and see if you can somehow close the gap and get into the battle for the championship itself. But there's another motivator in that to try and get your car between the DBM Beyond Blue car and the Summit Sim Sports Everest car to help them catch up after their 5th place today.
Obviously, like it's going to be, as you said, it's going to be, we want our results to be as good as we can get them personally, but if it comes down to it, we want to be able to support that Beyond Blue car as much as we can. As I said before, both Sam and Lockie drove exceptionally well today. They were just really unfortunate with their incident early on, and we'll just continue to push as a team and continue to make those steps that we need to make.
I'd like to shout out as well, massive thanks to both Dan and Tom for the support with the series as well. They've been instrumental in assisting me put us in the right direction, really. So big shout out to those boys as they are part of Drop Better Motorsport.
Yeah, and thanks for joining us in the comms box. Mackenzie, I'll let you go and celebrate the podium and put together your plans for the next race at Laguna Seca, and best of luck with that.
No, I appreciate that, guys. Awesome work today for everyone involved. Obviously, there was quite a bit of a mishap in the background, but it seems very well run. First race within the club, and I think. Definitely can look forward to the next one, knowing that it's that the people behind it obviously want the best experience for the drivers and the best show for the viewers as possible. So definitely excited to see how the rest of the year plays out. Cheers again, guys.
Yeah, it should be good. The rest of the season should be an absolute belter. We're already shaping up to have some good championship battles in the MDHs and the GT3s. So very much looking forward to it, and we'll get a bit smoother in the background as we get used to the new regulations and all the changes that have been brought this year. So apologies to anyone that was affected, particularly I think the second safety car period didn't go as smoothly as we would like, but new people in race control, new procedures, we will get better and do better next time, and also first over with the wet, so always going to be a few teething issues, but bear with us because this should be a fantastic championship. Already is a fantastic championship, but will be even better going forward. And the other people we have to thank you is the people in race control, of which we have one still in the broadcast chat, and that is Matt Smitke, who was looking forward to and going to have a race tonight, but instead decided to get his hands dirty and get into race control. How was it from the race control room, Matt?
It was a bit wild during those safety car periods, but I think in the end it worked out mostly okay. We were going to have a good run, but Josh was like, I need your help with race director stuff, so unfortunately for you, you didn't get to have a run today, but
was good. How is the experience in race control? What's it like? Can you just give us a bit of a description for those that haven't done it?
During the safety cars, it's very busy, a lot of things to do. I'd say we were technically a man down today. We would like to have 2 people like monitoring the race and doing all the race director controller stuff, and then a 3rd person driving the safety car, but we didn't get that, so it made it fairly hectic, so
if you are someone that enjoys the series, and if you find you can't race for a race because your teammates aren't available, or for some reason you have to withdraw the car, please do consider reaching out and letting us know that you'd like to get involved in race control instead for the round, and we can help you out with that and get you as an extra driver, perhaps get you driving a safety car. There's plenty of things we can get you doing behind the scenes if you do find you've sort of put aside time to do an enduro over the next 4 rounds, but then find that in the end you're unable to race for unforeseen circumstances. Please do let us know, because any help we can get is much appreciated. I'm sure all the drivers and everybody listening and watching really appreciates having live race control, but we can only do that based on the strength of our volunteers. No volunteers, no race control. That's how it works. So please do consider getting involved, and if it's not the endurances but you want to get involved in race control for some of our midweek activities, that is also an option that's available. So please do reach out to anybody on the committee and they can sort that out for you. And Joe's just hopped back into the commentary box. Joe, have you got any words you'd like to add before we wrap up for today?
Look, I just, I've just chatted to a couple of the guys and a little bit humbled on the support that the drivers and some of the members have shown towards what we've done today, I guess. Not as far as the race or anything, but just for the family and it's one of those things. It's a little bit tough, but a lot of people have shown a lot of support today, and I just want to thank them guys as well. It's it's been a tough week, but we'll move forward as will everyone, I'm sure, in time. And want to thank you, Liam, for your time today in the broadcast, and Josh for all the work, all the tireless work he does behind the scenes. I hope you realise how appreciative we are for all his time and effort that he puts into the club. Matt as well for driving the safety car. Thanks to him and for keeping me calm on that first round of safety cars. It was a bit of a stressful day, but we got there in the end, I suppose. So pretty happy at the end there with the way everything went. So it's been a good day. Long day, but a good day.
I like to think the race. I like to think that the race itself was a fitting tribute to Brendon, in addition to all of the additional things, the white tyres, the pink graphics, the pulling over and having a minute's silence, the in memoriam video, which we will play again for you as an outro to the broadcast. All those things were absolutely fantastic, a real testament to the culture of the club and the tireless work in particular that yourself, Joe, and Josh put in to get those things happening. I think many clubs would have put it into the too hard basket and then did something next week instead. You didn't, and that's a testament to the culture in the club. And I really do hope that if any of Brendon's friends, family are watching, that they appreciate what we've done and feel that the club has honoured Brendon Van Ryn in a way that he would have appreciated, or does appreciate if he's able to watch from wherever he is now. And with that said, we will leave you on that note. Thank you very much, everybody that took part today. Thank you very much, everybody that watched. Thank you very much to our sponsors who allow us to put on these broadcasts and do things like have this broadcast in memory of Brendon. And we'll now play again the slideshow for you all. Thank you all for watching. Good night, and Brendon, wherever you are, rest in peace.